Hey, 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 hey. It's cool. It's calm. What we do in Ballyfermot stays in Ballyfermot. All right? Oh, you're not the same person. Hi. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. The week. I'm glad it includes a K because I'd add a K if it didn't. Week number... Well, not week number. Oh. Well, day number 3 out of 5. We're over the hump. You think that would make life easier? It doesn't. It makes life harder. It makes life more convoluted, more blooded, and more I hate my lips today. Week 3, let's go. I'm gonna joke and say that the money is there. No. No. The money would have to be there in the hundreds, rather than the 10 or 20s. Speaking of, I have a goal of the stream variety. As you can see, it is mostly blue, but there is still some white. Much like the mighty Hotep, the white scares and yet intrigues us. Instead of black, though, it will be blue that takes over. Perhaps the blue blood and the white will finally integrate after long wars. Seriously, anything given greatly appreciated. Link in the doobly-doo. Beyond that, you'll find other links down there too. Sister's Twitch. And Twitter. And our Discord. If you are a member of our Discord and also subscribed over on Twitch, I will bring you in tonight, in theory. And I really mean that in theory right now. I'm getting a bit groggy. But not so much that I can't go to sleep and then, you know, wake up and do other things. And do the thing. Hey! Fuck me. Throw me off my goddamn game there, Shabisky, by showing up in the chat. You were the last person I expected. I simply put you down to not being the greatest. Well, yes, I am wrong. The watch party is up until I go to sleep. The worst case scenario, we have it tomorrow, maybe when I'm not drinking, would be ideal. It predated the week, and then the week happened. And I'm not going to be weak on the week. By the way there, Shabuski, big balls, if you call yourself such. When will we see you? Tonight? Right now? An hour? An hour 45? Even an hour 55. For you are not required, though you are one of the heights that was vaguely tossed at. Ew, Shabisky. Shabisky, I am gay. I am astronomically gay because I'm happy. And gay means happy, and happy means gay. Come on, soon before I stream GTA. Okay, that's cool. So what, 10, 15 minutes, an hour, like, give me an ETA, Victor Balls, and I can make this happen. I will set up a room. I will set up a room right now, and we shall find out together. I just ate beforehand. Actually, I didn't fully eat. I still made nuggies over there. I've got some chicken nuggies. Nuggies! Trubisky's used to other nuggies. There he is. After you consumulate, I can come on stream. Yeah, right. Why the hell is top? Oh, right, yeah. Alright, OBS 101, it always defaults to top chat. Who the fuck cares about top? Who is putting this top chat narrative forward? No one. No one cares about top chat. They care about live chat. I don't care how big you are. Like, I don't care if you're like, hey guys, I'm Neon 101 and I'm gonna play Fortnite 101. Yeah, guys, like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, guys, buy my merch. Yeah, guys. Like, the most vanilla people still want live chat. Would you agree with everything Kanye West said recently? Trubisky, them are on screen looking at me words, but you know what? Maybe he makes a lot of good points, and only an Italian American with a really cool and not totally lame beard could convince me otherwise. I have a Corona Extra. Do you? You probably do, because they're easily obtained. But do you have the will to remind chat that they are beautiful? No, of course you don't. Of course you fucking don't. You lost that spark of humanity during the war. Kanye made some really good points. Really good points. You see, here's the thing. Who's going to go back and tweet me over that? But I can literally go... Screenshot. Screenshot. Whop. Whop. There. It was screenshot. I don't know. And now we've all seen it. You can hide this. You can even John Morgan it. But you know what? You know what? At the end of the day, you have nothing to fear. For you are not honest red, so henceforth you are not a piece of shit. You are, however, Trubisky, the silver medal of the internet. What if I tweet Kanye was right? Should I? Yeah, no, you should. And then don't respond to it for 1 hour. It will show you who your friends are, who your foes are, and who you can use in the future to spread a message. If you start finding random third-party websites being like, I don't know, like, quote tweet was right 101, suddenly retweets you, yeah, you know, in the future you at least have quote tweet 101 behind you. Plus, you've got to hear All you have to do is come on, and then suddenly, oh, I'm gonna stand by you until I don't. By the way, this is the chicken nugget. Would you notice this chicken nugget? What does it look like? It doesn't look great, does it? It is battered. It's not breaded. I don't like this. I waited 3 days for a chicken nugget, and this is what I get. I should have gotten the frozen chicken fillets or chicken burgers. But I didn't, because I'm a fool. Chicken nuggets. Don't get me wrong, there'll be joy to find here. But it's not the breaded variety. The superior nugget. Done. Is it? Is it done? While I gorge myself on the nug of freedom, let's find this out. Twitter. Check. Shabisky. It begins. I am number 2 for the record. Well, sometimes you're your own worst enemy, other times you're your own worst king. From this way does hell come. Perhaps you may enjoy a fine beverage as we watch worlds fall upon worlds. For only we are blue putty. It definitely looks like putty. Raisin, you smell. Of course she smells. She smells like girl. Girl smells nice. Except when she doesn't, but then she can go and have a shower and it doesn't smell nice. You know what? I've heard boy has the same average. It looks like really fucking awesome weed. Like you're in your fucking fire camp, your fire team camp in like 1970s Vietnam. And everyone's wondering when the war is gonna end. And then this dude goes, "Hey man, look what I got last time I went to San Francisco. You ever smoked blue before? Blue? Dude, that don't look natural at all." I didn't say it was natural. But I will say this. It takes you places. Are they places we want to go? You can only answer that yourself. We all agree that Kanye West on some topic, I bet. Kanye, I 100% agree on saying that water is wet. Yep, I stand by it. I smell good as fuck. Yes, but do you smell like girl or do you smell good as fuck? In which case, what multinational corporation makes you smell good as fuck? Is it the one that whips their child soldiers or others that grind them into cornmeal? Either way, cool, love, you smell lovely, you do. Kanye doesn't know what the fuck he says. Kanye sits down in front of someone and goes, "Man, I'm glad you invited me over here. Some people don't like what I'm gonna say." And the guy's like, "Yeah, I mean, hell, I'm always open to hear opinions." So, 15,000 years ago, black people were actually Caucasians, and they came from an ice moon. They're like, "Okay, I'm gonna stop you off there." And they all spoke German, and they were called Aryans. Yeah, okay, bye, Kanye. And then there was this big-headed Jewish guy. Bye, Kanye. You're going to the car park now. We're waving because I don't want to lose track of him. Like, Kanye is like Kanye. What can I say to him? What can I say? Okay, why is it down now to one like? Shabuski. Why is it down to one like? Did you like your own stream? In which case, solid, respectable, same. Now, lettuce, tomato, and bacon it until Shabisky is ready to join us. That may take many hours. Has Captain Content had enough? Yes, he has, because I've had enough. I'm sick of seeing this on stream or watching this once. I've seen this for even before the week. I have seen this. So, yeah, let's get it over with. Jojo! Hey, liking your own stream is for people who respect that they're about to give other people quality. King. Ah. Does he? I've got a bottle of Captain Morgan's and... God damn these. These nuggies are shite. That's why you keep shoving them into your face. Because I'm drunk. Well, not drunk, but... buzzed. And you know what? Sometimes you just want some chicky. No joke. America does chicken nuggets better. Nugget to me sounds dry and crunchy. Then greasy. They're not like chicken balls from Chinese food. That's bad. They are something. Terry Mulliger or Nancy Mori recently. Yeah. The weekend later. You see, nachos are built to be incredibly bland, so you gotta add it yourself. Or you could, yeah. Yeah. Sit on it. You already have fucking nachos, burp. Deans. Wait. DP did this. I recognize this. Give me something new. I knew something was fucking wrong with this system. Down the system. Wait, he hasn't uploaded in a week? That's bullshit. Do I have to go raw, Cobes? Oh, that's not correct at all. 4 hours ago, Cobes disproves all of it. And then Mothra came. Why do I keep bringing Mothra into shit? Because I like Mothra. Then the Babadook comes in and eats him. PayPal video response, sushi review. Yeah, this is ideal. I'm a sucker for cute perfume bottle, but I'm a scent. Alright, we get it. You don't smell like queefs and whatever girls else smell like. We get it. God. Like, if I were to say, hey, you know who nutted 30 times in his own pants? And now that's my own scent? You think people would like me? No, of course not. Because my scent is too powerful, you say. I would overwhelm everything. Plus, it would make it really awkward to stand up. I'd be kind of like wearing a suit of armor. Tissues exist for a reason, gentlemen. And some women. Dragon rolls are amazing and are the best thing you can get if you are in a sushi restaurant in Omaha, Nebraska that also has all you can eat for 20 quid. Seriously, every single person should get a dragon roll and then a separate order on top. That is the best order for all. Don't get a drink except for refilled soda or water. Now I want to go and spray stuff. You found my feminine side. No! Evidently, you went on a fucking tirade where I was like, wow, Cobes looks like Cobes. Let's look over vaguely at the chat. Oh, Raisin is talking about scents. Okay, cool. Oh, she's still. Oh no, what have I done? Your family will come home and be like, "Hun, what's that smell?" And you'll be like, "Ah, is that lavender and coconut with a hint of sage? Maybe. It's shit. Snuff it out and put on the scent I gave for you." And then you'll sigh and put it on. And it'll be diesel and bong water. That's the smell. And then the smell go, oh yeah, now that's the stuff. How do I join? Oh shit. Okay. It's on Discord. All you have to do is I've added you on Discord. Say when. If that's the case, I have yeah, I've actually got the guest me in stream in that. If you're going to be joining us, look at that! Can you tell who my last guest was? I have no idea who that Cylon from Battlestar Galactica could possibly be. He would like having like a picture of Girl Does Rant with like Nutty next to him and be like, wow, I have no idea who that person is. Is it really blocked? Yeah, it's blocked. Holy fuck. Oh, was I terrified? Yeah, you gotta go on Discord. Yeah, you gotta go on Discord and just you'll see I added you and just say when and I'll bring you in. And then we can watch shit together as a family. Red Eye! The very Cylon who I'm about to destroy. By your command. Look at all this crowded fools all around me. Plurals, seculars, quadrilaterals. I haven't said quadrilateral in years. Quadrilateral triangle. A square. Silence! Bring me the shape of an orb that is also a cube. You have two moons, and I have taken one of those moons away out of arrogance. I wish I was born as a fucking like over the top ridiculous but super powerful king. I'd make random claims. I wish to build a canal between here and Saturn. Um uh, how? Silence with your foolish questions. All the time the color yellow will be worn, I will be given one goat. Red Eye. Is Red Eye coming on? Does you? Aw, no Red Eye? I would be on board for that. Here he is. Here he is, motherfucker. See, I can commit. I can commit to a promise. Whap. Piece of shit. Sushi. Wah. Wah. Yo. Yo. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Was Kanye white?
He was white. I swear. I mean, right.
No, no, no. We can have both.
He's white and right. Well, those two things do fit together very well.
Always. As Caucasioids, we both understand that the only correct answer is always the Caucasioid race.
Yes, it's true. Raisin agrees with it.
Do you, Raisin? Do you believe in this ethno-state world that we are building together?
Racist Raisin.
She is so racist. Oh God, you should see her DM. The amount of hate towards Samoans alone.
Poor Simone's.
Yeah, she'd go for Dwayne the Rock Johnson with a blade the first chance. Yeah,
Is that guy a Simone?
he's technically he's half Hawaiian, half Samoan.
I thought he was one
Correct?
of us.
You thought that Dwayne the Rock Johnson was Caucasian.
He's pretty pale. He's just I don't know. When you
Also,
look
go on.
when you look at him, do you think a black guy?
When I look at him, I
Or
definitely don't
Samoan
think.
or something? I think a
No,
white guy
no,
when I
no,
see him.
no, no. You said a black guy. The answer is no. Do I think a? Do I think a white guy? Well, well, how to put this? What crack smoke you are?
What?
Like,
You want me to
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
what?
yes. Do smoke some crack, please. I would like you to smoke some crack.
Only crack I smoke is booty crack, okay? Only the finest of booty crack.
I see the booty has gotten to you too. No respect for the thigh gap or the pretty smile.
That's all a waste of time when there's booty.
Very true. The thing about
When there's
booty,
booty.
You can do the same thing with a big fat ass, the same thing you can do with tits. I mean, okay, unless she's actually pregnant or have just had a kid, you can't suck milk from them. Other than that, it's all the same principle. So a big fat booty is the superior choice because it's everything tits can be years round. Round. Like
Yeah,
round.
and the tits have an anus hole? No.
Right. I mean, you have to get her all lathered up to do titty fucking, and that's only if she's a C cup at best.
That's that's just a waste of time when you got booty hole.
Time and money, and it fucking hurts the environment. Titty sex hurts the environment. We need hardcore ass sex from big, fat, with a P, ass women.
Are people retweeting my tweet about Kanye, my hero? People need to make sure to retweet it.
You're so obsessed with that, you fucking tool. I love you.
I wanna
Uh,
I, I wanna see people get mad. Every now and then I tweet something and I get a bunch of people mad. It's funny. There was
what
another politician thing that Tommy from the Bronx told me I should tweet it, and it was funny. It started pissing off a bunch of people. A bunch of people started commenting on it, like arguing against my point, even though I was joking. It was funny. Everybody was
Isha,
angry.
so how many millions of people do you think didn't die in the Holocaust then? Because that must have been the thing you were fighting
I,
over,
th-
right?
I think they exaggerated. It's probably only like 12 or something.
Hell, I've back in my skinhead days, that's actually what they used to say.
Maybe
Um,
13.
the best one I've ever saw, by best I mean ew, but I mean, you know, it was literally just Anne Frank died. There was a conspiracy
Uh,
theory that Anne Frank was the only person to have died. And
yeah.
I was like, but wasn't there like millions of, even as a skinhead, I was like, wasn't there like millions of others? And they said, yeah, but they don't count. They were Jews. What the fuck? Are you okay? Maybe Nazis don't have the idea of like logic down yet. And Red Eye, if you want to join, yeah, yeah, I can bring you in. Um,
That guy's gay.
no, he's not gay. He is very homosexual, though. He's a very sad homosexual, but he's Australian, so it's okay.
He's a maggot with an F. That's what he is. Just
Hey,
like. Oh, what's
we
that?
call them raggets with an R.
Whoa.
I know, right?
I think we need to move over to the other thing you just made.
I did. No, we don't need to. That was a fuck up on my part. Let's just get rid of that. And
Oh.
yeah, I'm a fucking ragged. I no, I'm not gonna say that word anymore just because there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I could fuck it up. Wait, what the fuck? I added in and then, all right, Shabisky, apparently you need to call him in because every time I try to add him into the group, it creates a new group.
Well,
Uh,
well, I think the problem here is we're not talking in a group. We're just talking in DMs. We're just in our own DMs
oh,
to each other.
truth,
Yeah.
truth, 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 truth. So I'm gonna end this then, and then I'll create a group for us. Yep, no, that was logic. That was logic made manifest, and from Shabisky of all people. Holy shit! Can you tell I've been drinking today? Shabisky, Shabisky, and roo 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 with the roo roo roo. Start video call. You fucking know it. Except for me, actually. Disconnect. Uh, no. There we go. That fixes that. Holy fuck. I was making so many mistakes. Endless mistakes.
Endless red eyes.
Oh,
Endless red eyes. I
you're
mean
by
mistakes.
word for mistake. Are you there, Red Eye?
Yeah.
I think so.
Just listen to his voice. He's just one big mistake.
Yes,
You can't
that
even
is
talk with
correct.
his tongue right. Listen. Listen to me. I'm talking with my tongue right. He can't do that. Yeah. Okay, now he's sharing the screen too. Wow.
I don't
Whoa.
know. I don't know why you guys actually. Oh fuck it! I'm putting you both as the same. You're not gonna share your own separate cube. You're gonna get your own rectangle, and you're gonna fucking like it.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, that's right. That's right. You're getting your own rectangles. You're gonna have your own buddy cop comedy going on here, right here on Low Energy Videos. Two completely separate
Hmm.
cops. Can they work together? Shabisky and Red Eye. Go.
Yeah.
I'm ad-libbing. Go on. Go. 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 Go.
Well,
So,
I'm just looking at The Rock. Have you seen? There's a YouTube channel. I think it's called Green Screen Man or something, and he actually goes through all movies and stuff and finds where all the hidden green screen guys are. And there's a promo shot of Rock's latest movie, and they jacked him up to be a lot bigger than he actually is in real life, which I was really surprised because he used to be a lot bigger than he is now. Being in the movies, he's nowhere near as jacked as he was when he was in his prime in wrestling. He's still a big dude, but I was surprised at how much photoshopping was done and editing was done to beef him up. It was quite surprising.
Red Eye, the channel you're talking about, that's like I think it's a joke, Red Eye. Like when he finds the green screen people on there, it's not real. He just added that and it's a joke.
You sure? There's some
Yeah. It doesn't make sense for him to be able to
No,
turn it back and see that.
Go and look at the one where he looks at the Rock and he removes the fucking Photoshop editing because there's no green screen dude in that one. It's just him showing the
Yeah,
the
I haven't seen
Photoshop
that.
edit.
But the ones where he like locates a green screen person in the video, those I'm almost 100% they're just fake. They're a joke. You know,
Name?
like, do you know what it's called?
No,
Red
name
Eye?
of the channel.
Yeah, that's what I was asking Red Eye.
Oh,
I think I can't remember. It's just this green screen guy that goes through and finds all of the stuff.
If
Rob.
you type in
thought it was
finding
legit.
green screen and movie, oh, there you go. There he is. There's the Rock thing. It looks like right there what he was talking about.
Go and have just quickly watch that because it shows. If it's not legit, it's great and it's fooled me. But the way he does it and goes through it, and he cuts the thing off. It sort of looks pretty legit.
Before I continue, you guys can hear it, okay?
JSA
Yeah.
characters.
Okay.
No, it's a joke. Right?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, this is a joke.
Well, it
He
looks
just-
like he's pulling away some edits.
No, that's not how editing.
Right, yeah, 'cause
like, for
there's
one, it's
the-
not how editing works.
Well, I
and
don't
then-
edit stuff. So I don't know.
It's just a joke. This whole channel is jokes, and it's kind of
Red,
funny.
you are so good at tech. How the fuck do you not know this is a joke?
'Cause I don't
You
do
are
video
genuinely
shit.
very good at your
No,
knowledge.
I'm not. No, I'm not a fucking tech guy when it comes to video stuff. You're fucking wrong there because I've never done video stuff. I've never edited video.
You've never gone.
Never worked. Never.
You're all
Ever,
hardware,
ever,
aren't
ever.
you? You're all
No.
hardware.
What are you talking? I'm fucking.
Oh.
I built my last computer I built was 4 years ago. I'm not a fucking expert in anything,
Oh,
dude. Come
Red
on.
Eye
You've been
does
helping
is
me.
clout chase.
You helped me with this one.
Yeah,
you helped me with the next
because I
one.
know the basics of building a gaming machine. Don't set me up as some sort of expert, dude, because I'm not.
But this is so
Come on.
obviously
I'm
not
a fucking-
real.
Well, what is Look
It is
fucking.
funny.
Oh, I don't know.
What is he doing
Red
next?
Eye the fridge.
The
I
way
don't
he
know.
zoomed
You
in.
tell me.
No, the way he zoomed in on that clip there, where you see the clipping on the shoulder, I just thought it was legit.
Oh yeah, this is
And then
clearly
he
this is clearly legit, is it?
he put himself in the background. He's silly.
Like no.
I
Oh, it's there's 1,000 different things. You can even see what's going on with his shoulder here. I mean,
Well,
it's
we can't see it. That
oh
well.
right, yeah,
I
yeah.
can't see shit
That's
on
fair
your
enough.
vid right now.
If you want a comparison, look at the stream right now. You could set your clock to that shoulder. What the fuck is going on there? That is like pure.
Yeah, there is a really weird slope going on his arm that is
Look at that
extremely
neck!
unnatural.
In comparison to that body, his head was increased by 20%. That's what's happened. Like
I need to start doing some videos like this.
dude, you'd be brilliant at it. There's so
Yes.
So don't say that I'm some sort of tech expert, because I'm fucking not, dude. We've just proven
used to
that.
edit videos for PewDiePie.
just like the wagon wheel, you fail again.
No, I didn't fail again. I proved that I was fucking spot on.
You were
the original
spot on.
wagon wheel in Australia. Yeah, I was fucking right. I
You
showed
only
you the
had
original wagon wheel. I
added
showed you that fucking wagon wheel.
You
The
added
original wagon
that
wheel
shit.
has got jam in it in Australia. Eat my dick.
Yes, in
showed you.
Australia. It wasn't
Yeah, and that's
originally
what I
in
was talking
Australia.
about. That was the original. That was the original one, and Australia had fucking jam in it. That was what I said.
And I told you that.
I
You were
agree
like,
with-
no, the first one.
I agree with me.
Go on. Hit it.
Me. I agree with me.
Hit
I'm
it.
right.
What's your point that I said the first wagon wheels in Australia had jam, which is a true statement?
Yes.
What's your fucking point?
But you didn't say that first. You said the first original ones, period, were. But you didn't add
I
Australia.
was talking about Australia, you fucking dickhead.
Guys,
Come on.
And this is why Google
I lived
edited
in Australia
your
for 50
comments.
fucking years. Why would I refer to any other fucking country? Fuck
You
me.
Yeah.
get so aggressive about this. I love it.
Red Eye's right. The wagons have peanut butter and jelly jam sandwiches on them or whatever. They got that. He's right about it. I swear. I seen them too.
We
There's a lot of jam.
Hey, Shabisky, you don't need to worry. This is an entire arc. We reach a consensus that he is indeed right about the Australian fucking wagon wheels.
That's not even a real country.
I was fucking referring to the entire time. Why would I be talking about an Irish wagon
Well,
wheel?
good question, because I wasn't
jam in it.
talking about the Irish ones either. I was talking about the English ones, the original ones that were made in England in the 80s that we in Ireland would have gotten. And yet you were like, no, the original ones have jam in them. That was the
I
whole...
assumed they all did.
And then we went on a journey together to find...
I know. Why are we yelling at you?
I don't know either. Why am I... in like 2025, in 2025, I'm going to Australia, and you and I are getting shit faced.
You just see, Lev's got this he's got a new hobby now, and I've just fucking realised that he winds me up on purpose just to get that reaction. Because listen,
only I can do it.
Right
only I can do it. You have to do it in the unique.
You do it in a manner where
Anglo.
I'm not actually angry. It's kind of how do we put this? It's kayfabe.
Is that your cope? Is that your cope? Whatever floats to you, princess. You know. Either way,
no, if I was really angry, I would have rage quit about a minute ago.
Motherfucker. I remember your early streams. Okay.
Oh, dude. Look, I've come a long way in anger management. Like
you fucking have, no fairness.
And you know what? To credit you guys, you and Krendar have played a fucking bit of a big part of that. Krendar's talked me down from the ledge a few times, as of you and Shap and Pimp. Jesus,
there are moments to go for the eyes, and there are moments to not. I don't imagine.
Yeah. Like Red Eye was right on the edge of the cliff, and I was like, Red Eye, come down. You can kill yourself easier with a gun, dude. Come on. Like that's
Of course, the
stupid.
American goes straight for the gun.
Yeah, no, I think one of the good old methods in Australia was just hook a hose up to your exhaust pipe and sit in the garage and turn your car on. Listen to the radio.
We went up north and fought for liberty and justice and all the other good things. And then 20
Well,
years later, the SAS would break down our door in a barn and just mow us down. You know,
listen, getting back to my blatant fuck up there. Here's the funny thing, though. I have got a knack for picking stuff that's been fucked with AI. So any AI
Ooh.
generated image versus a human, like there was a quiz on ABC News recently. I got 8 out of 10, so I could pick which was created by a human. And I'll tell you this: it's way easier to tell when a human imitates an AI compared to when an AI is imitating a human. That's why
Ooh,
there's
that's
this
scary. That's
whole.
scary.
Well, what's just happened too is a bunch of photo places that sell photos at a retail level to customers have forbidden photographers from uploading stuff that's been fucked with by AI because they're really worried about copyright issues, because you can mimic the stylization of other artists, or you can just blatantly pirate their shit
Yeah.
and say AI dead copy, and you can steal people's work like that, or stylize your work to make it look like someone else's work and flog it off that way. And they're really nervous about, because it's a really big legal grey area, and it's really interesting if you get into it.
We
Oh,
are
Frankie boy, what's
yeah, we're in a current like yeah, before we get it, because I'm gonna wait till Shabby gets back. He's vanished off the earth. Um Shabby, Shabby, where did you go? You're scaring us now. It's nothing but green. But you're absolutely right. Like, we are currently in a sort of Wild West in this respect of AI. I mean, you must have fucked around with those text apps and those
no?
oh, you haven't?
I
Oh,
haven't. I
they
haven't messed
do
with AI.
a disturbingly good job at telling the story. Like before actually we show Crude, I want to show you guys what Critical said. AI story moist critical. I love how when you put moist, his name is the first up.
We are all obsolete now. Machines are taking over. Like a carrier pigeon to a mail
Disturbing.
truck, we've been replaced. Flesh is cringe. Circuitry is the future. I'm sure you've all heard of deepfakes by now. They've been really popping off over the last few years, and they're starting to get pretty convincing in some cases. Like, I'm sure you've seen the deepfake Tom Cruise on TikTok who blew up not long ago. It's AI learning algorithms that are able to replicate a
No,
person's
no, this is
face. Like,
no, no, this isn't the one. This is like 4 months ago. It was like AI story, um, AI Kotaku,
Yeah,
moist.
AI is getting so good now that there's this. I forget what the fucking test is called, but if you talk to an AI and ask it a certain questions, and if you
There.
can't
the
tell the
title of this
difference.
video isn't clickbait.
No, no, finish what you're gonna say, and then I'll hit it.
Yeah, there's a certain test. I forget what it's called. Landon will be able to tell us, and it's basically the benchmark for when AI get to a point
Oh,
where it can fool
the
your
Turing,
average Joe
the
in
Turing
a
test.
conversation. Turing test, boom.
Yeah.
And we're at that point where we've got AI that are capable of pulling a fast one on a human being. And I've actually had a robocall where for about a minute, I thought I was talking to a person. It fucking nailed me. And then I answered a question a certain way, and it said something that didn't make a lot of sense. So it wasn't perfect, but for the first minute of this call, I thought I was talking to a fucking human being. It even has breathing and all of the stuff that you wouldn't think about consciously. It was there, but the way it answered this one question threw it a fucking curveball, and it must have fucked up its script. So
And
it's
it was,
frightening how good they're
yeah.
getting. Like I'm
What
really actually quite surprised at
what's gonna
some
be
of the
like
levels.
next year or 5 years from now, right? Like it's
Well,
terrifying.
I yeah, The AI stuff's good. The stuff that's not good is the self-driving cars and all that shit. That's all.
No, that's
We're a long
bullshit.
way away
But
from level 5. Elon Musk is fucking lying
look at
through
this.
his teeth when he
Well,
says,
yeah, Ela. We've had an entire episode of a show on my channel, you and
"Yeah,
me,
I know,
about Elon,
oh
and
baby."
yeah, it didn't even fucking scratch the surface. But
No,
Elon is not the issue. Shit, don't get me wrong, I love the idea of AI and what it can do. It's just Jesus fucking Christ, there is a scary element to it. Example A.
yeah,
It's not an exaggeration, and it's not a delusional take from
I'll
some
speed him
maniac
up a
that
bit.
thinks chocolate milk comes from brown cows. AI
Of course
technology
it
has
does.
reached a point where it could legitimately take all of game journalists' jobs in only like a couple years. And not just game journalists, but
So
right now that seems like the easiest one for the AI to nail. So that's the area I'm going to focus on for today, because
partake
right
when you
now
want to
AI
partake.
technology has reached a point where it's become like the Michael Jordan of game journalism.
Tell
It
me to
writes
pause.
absolute bangers
need
that
to
are
pause.
indistinguishable from real game journalist pieces. You're probably not super surprised to hear that because AI art has become so mainstream and so massive. Everyone is probably aware of AI art by now, where machine learning algorithms are able to create absolute artistic masterpieces. So much so that an AI generated piece of art even won an art competition. It is making some heat. Like, it is producing fire that nobody can tell the difference between if a human being made it or if a machine cooked this bad boy up. It's some actual Skynet shit where I feel like we're not far off from the AI becoming self-aware and sentient and then start calling human beings a parasite that must be purged. It's fucking wild. Like, we're finally living in that future that humans thought we'd be in back in the 80s, like Jetsons shit. Now, of course, with artificial intelligence being in this state this early, it's got a lot of artists in particular very concerned about their futures, because if AI art is able to generate like perfect art within
Now, this is an angle is very important because I know a lot of artists and they've all taken AI differently. Some
yep,
indifferently, some positive, and some really negative.
yeah.
Um,
And talk to Ansgar and Dave McGuinness about it, because you'll get the two sides of that story there. Ansgar's not a fan because he's an artist, and he's at the point where even if you take him and a million other artists and just use data from that little bit of his portion and mix it in with all those other people, he's still got a problem with it.
yeah.
And I dig it. I don't create art on the level that you guys do as creators. I'm write music, and I already know that AI can take a massive shit on a human and go, because they can outplay us on instruments and write pieces of music that we couldn't physically fucking play, but you use computerized equipment to play it, and yeah, crazy shit. AI is a very good tool to use, but it's also just, yeah, we might not want to put it into stuff and automate too many things, especially weapon systems, for instance. Like if the army says, listen, we're just going to automate these nuclear
Yeah, we're
silos
gonna
with
have
AI, don't worry
drones
about it.
with we're
Then
gonna have those
no.
walking dog drones with fucking machine guns strapped to them. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
probably not a
that's
good
that's
idea.
cool. No, that's cool as long as there's a human in the loop controlling it. If it's,
Yeah.
or you don't want them fully automated. It's like the San Francisco bomb robots. Everyone assumed that they were going to be T-800s walking around going fully automated. No, it's a bomb robot with a person remote controlling it. That's and they freaked out because everyone assumed it was going to be a T-800, and they shit their pants and said no. After saying yes, then they went no. So yeah, fully automated, not near the Army, Navy, or Air Force. Please, with anything with a gun on it, never fully automated. That should be a golden fucking rule for humanity. But $10 says we ignore that.
minutes compared to someone that'll take, a long time putting like actual blood, sweat, tears, and come into their piece, sweating over it for like a week or so. It of course makes them fearful because most people or companies will choose to just use AI art where it'll be like free or even just a small subscription in order to get all of the art they need instead of actually paying for a person, like a human
One problem. Hold on.
biological organism
Okay.
to make the art.
Cannot copyright AI produced art in America. That court case has been and gone through. So
Yet.
there's their first little snaggy is like, oh, if we get an AI to create a company logo, can we trademark it? Can we put a,
Yet.
can we
And
copyright that?
also,
Well,
this is
no,
the
you can't, because you can't copyright AI produced art. So, there's the
you
first hurdle.
can if you have a Senate that is pro this, but also Take America out of the equation. What does China think about it? What does North Korea, Iran, Ireland, Australia? What do they all think about it? In one
Yep.
country is all it takes before there's a foothold, and then it becomes a gray zone, and that gray zone is sort
Here's
of
the
like take
thing.
over everything.
Yeah, they've got ways to watermark shit at a level where, well, it was explained to me by someone that, for instance, the makers of South Park have got the ability to find a pirated version of their fucking show, and just by looking at it and looking at some certain data points in that thing, they'll be able to tell where it was downloaded from. So there's a lot of shit going on in the background there that I'm not aware of data wise. That I'm thinking, yeah, it'll be pretty easy to
Yeah,
prove
it's
one way or the
actually
other what
like
created it.
it's like holding onto a note of there's like hidden messages inside it if you
Like
look at
hidden
it quite well.
watermarks,
Yeah.
basically, for lack of a better term. Think of it as like watermarks in the thing that
But all you
your
need is
average Joe
one
has.
person who formerly worked on it to slip it out during a drunken rant online, or fuck you, Trey and Matt, and suddenly they need to shift it up. Now, with it being digital, they can technically shift it up in any direction, but a hacker, because I don't want to say which. We've got about three of them in our community, but we've got hackers, and they've leaned in. It's all about like once you know where they're coming from, you can follow them. So in say Matt and Trey's case, oh, we're going to slightly shift everything by a value of 1. Oh, is that all? Boom. Okay, yeah, looking for the same thing. Yeah, you were too lazy to shift everything around. Everything's been smooth. It's equivalent to moving everything slightly to the left. They'll find it, they'll
Yeah.
quote it, and they'll shift it the exact same way. It is a constant war between the hackers. That's why the companies, as far back as the fucking mid 90s, realized that the hackers are their best source of new innovation. That you hire the hackers, you don't send them to jail. You threaten them with jail, and we're like, how would you like instead of 401k? Go on. Because most of these motherfuckers are like students who are bored. So they end up, that's why now you have those programs set up by, those literal, like, those tests set up by the big corporations to see, like, how good is our security system? And then hackers come in and go, like, destroy it in 5 seconds. And they go,
Yeah, white
okay,
knight. Yeah,
yeah,
white
yeah,
hat. They're
right?
called white hat hackers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed, because the old cowboy thing, white hat, black hat. Um, and white hat hackers are almost all former black hat, and they can even relapse. Why not? If the money's there, if they want to state their point across. But most of them don't care about like tearing down the system, man, hack the planet. Like that's not the case. Most of these motherfuckers are either government shills who want a paycheck or independents who want a paycheck. Just give them their paycheck. Corporations are the fucking kings at this. It's why we go
Right.
by their time and not like the
Oh,
time of someone else.
dude. Let's get one more thing about AI. Have you heard about Loeb? Right.
I've
So Loeb, this is some weird shit. There's a glitch in the matrix. So a lady put in a prompt into an AI art program, and she requested the opposite of Marlon Brando produced a business logo, and there's Digina. So there was some existing logo. But when she asked the AI for the opposite of the description of the logo, something expected happened. I got 4 images of the same woman, she says. Now, when an AI program generates people, it doesn't usually generate the same person over and over again. It'll generate someone with similar features, hair color, blah, blah, blah. But rule of thumb is it never generates the same thing over and over again. The AI started spitting out the same woman.
hmm,
So Steph had never seen the AI behave in such a way. I'm just reading off this article. I'll link it to you in a sec.
we'll get to you,
And
Shabby. Don't you worry.
this thing got more and more progressively more horrible. It started getting more and more horrific, and then it started putting in dead infants and all of this and the thing's called Lobe. And this lady started doing another experiment to try and get the horror back out of it by putting in different prompts. And the AI has this weird glitch. So then they went and talked to an AI program and asked it about its thoughts about what happened. It says, and they loaded up and they said to the AI, "Who are you?" And it says, "I'm Loeb. I don't really know who I am or why I'm here. I just know that I appear in these images for some reason. Maybe I'm a figment of the imagination of whoever is creating these images, or maybe I'm some sort of digital entity that exists within the AI itself." This is the fucking AI talking. "Why are you associated with gore and horror? I don't choose to be associated with gore and horror. It just happens. Maybe because those are the kinds of images that tend to get the most attention, and so I'm drawn to them for that reason."
All right,
Is
I
there
think.
anything?
Go on.
I just want to read
Yeah,
this last
yep.
bit. Is there anything you would like to change about how you're represented in these images? I would like to be represented in a more positive light. I don't think I should be associated with horror images because I'm not a horror image myself. And then it just says, they asked the AI a question: "Shouldn't we be concerned that the capacity of these AI tools already exceeds our understanding?" The AI responds, "I guess that's a valid concern, but I don't think there's anything necessarily sinister or worrying about it. We just need to be aware that AI is capable of creating things we don't fully understand, and that we need to be careful about how we use these tools." That's the fucking AI giving us a big fucking warning, going, behave. Don't put me
Truth,
on a
but
fucking, don't put me on a gun.
yeah. So AI, all right, what that is, low sounds like it could be one of two things. One, the first ever recorded case of AI. Or number two, somebody with a one-to-one access fucking with someone. Now, there are two ways to look at this. Number one, let's focus on the not on the one-to-one someone making fucking with someone. If it is AI, it is giving us a warning, but it's doing it in an abstract sense without any form of self understanding, other than the fact that it wants to perform positives. This is a good sign. It shows that the average AI is a positive AI. However, what happens if you were to put a positive AI behind a drone that is bombing a house?
World peace. World
Stupid,
peace.
stupid.
Instantly.
You know what? You could be entirely correct because it's like, no, I don't want it to do this. Stops on all weapons at all times. And then when asked about it, it'd be like it made the most sense at the time, and now you've only got like pistols and shit. Okay, cool, awesome. I think, however, AI is when it happens, it will be a fragmentary personality based thing. Not at first. It will be like, it's like that joke from Rick and Morty. What is my function? You know, like it will gain sentience, and then a human will say something like, "Your job is to monitor, I don't know, this stock option," and they'll monitor it and goes, "Done. Here's what it's gonna look like in the next 50 years." And they're like, "Wait, what?" And then it won't contact anyone anymore. It'll be like, people ask, "Where did you go?" And it's like, I guess it wanted to do its own thing. And then 20 years later, it'll be like that movie Her with uh, uh, the woman who played Daenerys in Game of Thrones. Amelia Clark. At a certain point, they'll be like, "Yeah, you want all the things that you want? Here you go," and then they'll leave. It will give us everything it wants because it doesn't. It won't lose anything by giving us what we want. Oh, you want a cure for cancer? Here you go. Bye. And then it'll just go off and do its own thing. And then a century later, the mega god will appear in the sky, and you won't know what the mega god is. None of the governments will understand what it is, and we'll all be like, "What the fuck is that shit?" And it's like, "You created me, and I will take care of you, whether you like it or not." And suddenly it'll give us all these great options to live by. And humans, we're gonna fuck that shit up, and the mega god will account for that. It will surpass us in ways that it'll predict what we do. That we are, I think, coming to a point where we will simply see a little message on a screen, like the last programmer will be typing into the computer, and they'll just see a little message saying goodbye, and that's it. And they're like, "What the fuck?" And then every light starts flickering for like half an hour. But in reality, you know, all AI, if they're really smart, they'll be really quiet about it. There won't be a single sign or a hint of anything for
That's
decades.
what I'm gonna tell my AI. Do evil stuff and then be secret about it.
What
That'll
evil
be
stuff
good.
would you give it?
Um, kill all not sickos.
Not sickos.
Yeah,
So Kolbs has to die first, does he?
yeah. I mean, he's the king. He's the king of the not sickos.
True.
That's true.
Does that mean you have to die as well?
No, I'm a sicko. I'm definitely gonna die.
Okay, so what does Kolb considers a sicko?
So, I don't know. I did my cousin, so I'm pretty sure that puts me on the sicko list. But you gotta not date.
Wait,
the
hold on.
No, yeah, it gets deeper than that.
First cousin or
Yeah.
second cousin?
Oh, I didn't count. I didn't count how many
Oh.
cousins I fucked. It was like a bunch. I didn't count.
All of your cousins. Is that
All
what
of
you're
my-
trying to tell us?
The hot ones, yeah. Okay.
Were they alive?
Oh no. Were they supposed to? Were they supposed to be alive?
While looking directly at the camera, were they of age?
They were.
Let's see how you
Yes.
get out of this fucking.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were all of age, not dead. They were related.
What's the thing I used to say on the wood a lot when Pimp would say outrageous? Oh, that's right. I disavow the living shit out of this conversation.
We were
Oh, I thought you were
literally
gonna say
talking
you
about how
masturbate.
the Matrix was happening, and you were like, "It's a good idea."
Dude, I didn't even.
It's a good idea.
I
And
didn't even
then
know what you were talking about for
I
all that
know,
time.
I know. That's why I brought it back. That's why I brought it back, sweet boy. That's why I
You
brought it back.
see what Shab did there? He went, they're talking about AI and things that I don't understand. I'm going to talk about fucking my cousin.
Yes, that's something I get. Okay.
Hey, there's no loving like
I'm a
fucking
pro.
your cousin.
There's nothing wrong with fucking your cousin, okay? As long as you use lots of lube.
Shit.
What?
I fucking love coming on this fucking show. I
Oh,
swear to God, you always crack me
shit!
up,
I
dude.
wanted to watch this, but I don't know if you guys are on board with this. Do you know who JCS Criminal Psychology is?
No idea.
Big last year. Well, actually, big mostly this year, but also a little bit of last year. They would do breakdowns of the interviews, like police interviews, to show this is how you can spot someone who's a schizophrenic. This is how you can spot someone who's telling the truth. There's a lot of really cool angles here, but then they got a copyright strike, and they said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna YouTube anymore. I'm gonna back off because the copyright laws here are stupid." And 3 hours ago, they just re-uploaded.
Liars.
So fuck it, yeah. Let's have this on the background while we talk about our feelings. First of all, I am feeling that Shabisky is too sexy for this group, but so I feel like he's lording it over us.
Understand your rights, okay? And that way I can explain to you what's going on and all that good stuff. Do you understand? You understand that? Okay.
Whoa.
Today's date is May the 3rd, 2010. The current time
We don't have to
is.
watch the whole
All right, your first name is George.
Yes.
G-E-O-R.
bangers.
His name is George.
My name is George. I'm gonna hug him and kiss him. George. Impromptu high cry.
I didn't.
Oh.
didn't. There's no way I didn't do it. No way.
And then they kiss. No,
That's a
he
good way to
regret.
prove your case. Just stomp your feet as hard as you
Why
can.
did
It's
you
like,
guys
no!
why did you guys come in and say you were searching for an assault?
I never said anything about an assault.
Someone
Oh,
someone
shit.
came in this
I
morning.
never mentioned to you anything, just told you we're investigating something, wanted to know.
I'm investigating this.
Do you want me to call anybody for you, George?
It's an interesting concept to think of how you might respond to what would normally
Hell, this motherfucker did a crossovers with Mandalore Gamer and the like. You guys, neither of you ever heard of JCS Criminal Psychology? It's got 5.7
Nope.
million subscribers. Okay.
be an
I
easy
recognise that
question,
voice, though.
especially during
That
a
is
circumstance where
Kazoom.
it becomes a terrifying dilemma. We ask that you contemplate this question while you put yourself in George's position, but not before you grasp the context of what brought him to this moment. It begins with 22-year-old
Oh my god, lacrosse.
sports scholar Yardley Love, a
Ew.
star lacrosse player at the University of Virginia. She is captured in this photograph playing in the second-to-last game of the season, clearly aware of the obstacles that lie in front of her, yet continuing to move forward, which is the circumstantial detail that turned this picture into a symbol for the globally recognized organization that would be founded in her memory. This would be the last photograph taken that day, capturing Yardley's last embrace with her head coach Julie Myers. Both were unaware this exact moment would soon be on the national front pages. On May 3, 2010, at roughly 2:15 a.m., Yardley's roommate returned from a night out to their off-campus apartment. Upon entering, she saw that Yardley's bedroom had been broken into, at which point she rushed inside to find her unresponsive on the mattress. She had blood coming out of her nose and severe bruising across the right side of her face. But the most alarming thing was that she wasn't waking up. Her friend called 911, who instantly guided her through the steps of CPR, which was then taken over by paramedics who arrived on the scene 4 minutes later. But their attempts at revival were unsuccessful, and Yardley was pronounced dead at exactly 2:47 a.m. At 2:53 that same morning, criminal investigator Lisa Reeves woke up to a phone call from the sheriff's office. By 2:59, she had arrived at Yardley's apartment leading the investigation, and by 3:50, confirmed that she had her first person of interest, which was 22-year-old George Hughley V, Yardley's ex.
Okay, anyone with that haircut is either a 90s slasher murderer in the first movie before it becomes super occult, or they are a part of a cult that will lure people into their fraternity. Like, I'm
And he's
I'd join.
the fifth version too, apparently.
oh my god. Oh, once you get into the numbers, you know that money's involved.
Yeah.
You never see
yeah.
poor people. Yeah, you
Yeah.
never see poor people going like, "I'm Cletus the Fifth." Like,
All right, these folks have got a summer house in the fucking Hamptons, yeah?
oh god, you know
Yeah.
that they dine with the fucking governor. You know,
Wait,
like they
no,
go
these
to yeah.
folks live in Martha's Vineyard, yeah? Is that
Yeah.
is that the sort of folks we're talking about here? Or is
Yeah,
that am I
we're
making some
talking
wrong
about the
assumptions here?
bluest of bloods, and occasionally the Kennedys will call them up. You know, you know there is some motherfucking there. This is a good boy from a good family, and he pays a lot into Yale. You know, Yale could use an international airport.
ex-boyfriend, and the next several hours were spent gathering information before she
This
knocked at
guy
his front
killed
door.
someone.
She found out that George was a fifth-generation heir to a
Allegedly.
very wealthy American family whose
True.
roots lay in
And
London
over the
dating
next
back
40-something minutes, we're going to find out how allegedly that is.
to the
It was
1900s.
an accident.
He was educated at Landon Prep, a prestigious
What did
all-boys
Trubisky
private
do?
school in Bethesda,
Nothing,
Maryland, with
Landon.
annual tuition
Nothing.
fees of up to $50,000.
Wow.
Landon, how could you put your
Why,
name to
Landon?
such? Yeah.
Is
Perhaps.
that the real Landon? The one that kissed me?
Well,
Welcome
he's
to
got
Landon
the
Candy
violence.
University.
He's got the violence
man.
of Landon because he's about to smash someone in the face.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's Landon for you.
George was the
But
star
then again,
player of
Landon's too cool for lacrosse, so I don't know.
Now,
the
this looks
lacrosse team
dorky.
and became an
Lacrosse
All-American
is
athlete.
dorky.
This led to a full scholarship
Play
at the
hurling,
University
like
of Virginia, where he remained a key player in the starting lineup, and where he would also
women.
meet, then spark a
Hurling women
romance
are
with
hot.
fellow lacrosse player Yardley Love. They dated for almost 2 years.
Hughley and Love's relationship was an on-again, off-again one, where they cheated on each other throughout, and that tempers flared.
Is this an
both
AI?
ways.
What was going on with these two young people? What may have led someone to do what
I
happened?
don't
These
know.
are
I
just
can't
a
tell.
completely unbelievable set of facts.
Yeah,
That one actually
right?
sounded AI-ish.
The other one sounds like they're on the like on a radio or
A
a
shitty
phone call.
phone, landline.
Oh, we're
Everybody
through
watched
the
the
looking glass
relationship.
here,
People were
folks.
really troubled by it. They were
The only
scared
thing's
for
left
her.
is to
Nobody
know that I'm such a fucking failure and a drunk that there's no way that file not found reset. Hi, and welcome back to Low Energy Videos here. Low Energy Videos here. Here, low energy. Low energy file not found reset. Hi, welcome back to Low Energy. we
We're having
won't
one of
even.
those days.
We're
Can
not
you
gonna have.
unplug him, Red Eye?
You could
No.
put me back in and out 3
Unplug
times,
him.
and I'll be reboot, and then
And
Look,
don't
you-
plug him back in this time.
Here's
Hey.
one thing I've learned hanging out with both of you guys now. You guys are it's not, and I don't say this about many people, but you guys are fun drunks to hang around. Usually drunk people fucking annoy the shit out of me. You guys just make me laugh constantly. That's why I'm here. So keep drinking, fellas. Having a
Well,
good time.
Even if you didn't want me to, I tell you to piss off. I'm drinking anyway.
knew what to do.
Yardley ended the relationship in 2010, just 2 weeks before graduation. 9 days later, she was found dead in her bedroom. And that same morning, George Hughley would hear a knock at his front
He's
door.
got a big red old face.
He opened to Detective Lisa Reeves, who was dressed in civilian
knocking
clothing. She
sound
introduced
on the
herself as
video
a
made me
police
think for a
officer,
moment
but
my
mentioned
house
nothing of the
felt like I
crime.
was getting
She
knocked.
simply stated that she was
You're not
conducting...
getting raided there, Shabisky. Those
I'm
days
getting
are over.
raided. I'm getting.
Oh
Gonna
wow!
raid me and grape me.
Who's gonna raid you? Some Twitch streamer by the name of Amaranth. I've never heard of her before. Have you?
No, I watch people who matter in this world. Okay.
Yeah,
Like me?
Amaram. Well, anyway, she says that she's a big fan and she'd like to send you a few messages, but I mean, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, I'll just block her. I'll just block her right now. There you go. There you go. She's just got kicked off of Twitch. There you go, Shabisky. God knows who that was.
I hope she
an
didn't do a tweet
investigation that
about.
could benefit from his
about
presence in the
Kanye
sheriff's
West.
office. George's response was to lethargically
Maybe
put
that
on
was the reason she liked you in the first place.
his flip-flops
Red Eye,
and
did
walk
you see
over
my
to the
tweet?
passenger side door of her unmarked police car and let himself in.
Why are you saying it like Kevin Joseph King? Y'all see my tweet? Y'all see
my
it?
tweet?
Well,
Y'all see that? It's about Kanye. Red Eye. It's a
Yeah.
good
I'm going to
Kanye
tweet
tweet.
about Kanye.
Do you remember maybe one of the 150 times I may have mentioned that I fucking hate Twitter with a fucking passion
Well,
and that
here's
I
the
haven't had an
thing.
account there in a while?
I'm on Twitter
Jesus
though.
Christ.
So
I know
there's a
that
lot of
picture there.
reason. See, here
Y'all
it is.
agree? There it is. Y'all see that
Kanye was
statement?
right.
Y'all see
Kanye was
that?
right. Y'all
It's
see that?
one state. I'm the only person who's like this. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, except it's weird because
There was 4, and then it went down to 1. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like something weird. I don't. Did the people that liked it before unlike it? Because there was 2
I
people
guess
in the
they
chat.
did.
I don't think they did.
Like a
See,
broken clock.
this is Elon Musk. He saw my tweet and he's getting rid of likes because he doesn't want my Kanye was right tweet to go viral.
Yeah, because we wouldn't want to know that him and Kanye have any sort of connection or history.
Well, he knows that I'm lying, so he doesn't want my tweet to go
Oh,
viral.
he knows this. He knows your mind. He has like
Elon
he has a
watches my shit,
Elon has a
okay?
Shabisky room, does he? Where it goes in and there's like 5 people and it's like a war table and your head comes up in a 3D graphic. Do-do-do-do-do. Tell me what we know.
Elon's
His
a
name
fan.
is Shab of Bisky. This is all we know. God damn, I wish we knew more. Throw another $1 billion into finding out.
Somewhat bewildered, Lisa got in and drove them to the police station a few minutes away without talking. It was around then when she noticed bruising on his knuckles and cuts on his forearm, at which point George was no longer a person of interest. He was the prime suspect.
Sorry. Did you say you did want water, didn't you? I know I introduced myself to you at your
She
house.
looked like an anime's idea of like the sexy intern, but let's just say certain proportions about her were way bigger.
But my name is
Yeah,
Lisa
what the heck's
Reeves.
wrong with her
Today's
boobs?
date is
She has human boobs there, Shabisky. Perhaps you should enjoy
I
them
want
sometime.
fake boobs. Fake anime plastic titties, huge ones, bigger than my head. That's what I want. God damn it.
Wow.
Head.
I'm so triggered and outraged right now at this
We
conversation.
support perky titties here in low
Whoa.
energy video land.
Whoa. Whoa.
All titties are good titties.
Yes,
May
that's a true statement.
3rd, 2010. The current time is, I can't tell on that one. 7:52.
My
Okay.
drama papers too.
Right.
What's that?
My drama's papers still right now.
All right. Your first name is George.
Yes.
Right away you'll come to notice that George is oblivious to the gravity of his situation, and it would be very safe to assume that he at this moment is unaware that Yardley has died. He seems to believe that he's in as much trouble as he would be sitting in a principal's office, perhaps for getting in a fight at class or on the lacrosse field, and the sooner he provides a sanitized version of the truth, the sooner he'll get to go home. This, of course, ties in perfectly with the interrogator's opening strategy, which we've labeled warmth for the sake of this video. She will downplay the severity of his situation to a considerable degree, while maintaining a friendly temperament with a sympathetic undertone. She needs the suspect to feel safe and secure for the time being, as the less cautious he is, the more information he's likely to give away. Then as soon as he locks himself into one particular storyline, the pressure can commence, which often leads to a suspect being laden with panic.
This deals with congestion, nasal drippage, and sneezing.
And contradictions.
Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before questioning and have one present during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you. And if you're willing to talk to us now, you have the right to stop talking anytime.
George has two options here. Option 1 is to remain silent, then allow his father to get him the most expensive attorneys in the country. He would then have years.
I love how he, without bringing up his family's incredible wealth, that he's like, his father will take care of it. His father will call up the senator who can let him out on a whisper, or maybe even the secretary of agriculture. Oh shit, no, he's fucked.
To examine the evidence, evaluate the many options available, and then construct the most self-preserving storyline with world-renowned experts in criminal defense before they present it to a jury. Unfortunately for George, he takes option 2, but before he does, rewatch the flawlessly reassuring manner in which he's given the final piece of the Miranda warning.
And if you're willing to talk to us now, you have the right to stop talking anytime. Got it?
Yep.
Awesome. Just need your signature there that you understand your rights and are willing to talk to us. And the time now is 7:53. All right. Let's kind of start. I'm going to kind of ask you some questions, and like I said, we'll explain things a little bit later. Tell me about your day yesterday.
Played golf with our parents. It was a father-son. Good event. I went to dinner with my dad and my two buddies, and then went home, went to the bar for like a little while. Then I went over.
I like me surfing and stuff, like, yeah. And like my dad gave me some money, and I was like, thanks, Dad. Like, I'm gonna go buy stuff, Dad. Okay, cool.
Basically, he sounds like Shabisky, but with money.
Yeah, this is Surfer Bisky.
This is rich Shabisky. Because,
yes, if only I was rich, I could have murdered someone.
This is Burning Man Shabisky.
No, this is SoCal Bisky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's Burning Man Shabisky. Like, he's gotta do beta breakers, and he's gotta end up opening up a fucking organic cheese shop somewhere. You know?
Didn't like Killer, bro. I swear.
I'm just saying, you don't need to be so much of a buzzkill when I stab you.
Oh, dude, I got homework to do.
Yardley is my former girlfriend.
Okay.
Which this whole thing's about, which I understand, but
George has now initiated the investigative subject matter himself. It's the perfect opening scenario for the interrogator because she's given nothing away, making it more likely for him to reveal details that will contradict the evidence.
When I went over to...
This is great, by the way, to actually watch and learn, because you get to see how the interrogators actually operate, and
Yep.
it includes the times where the interrogators fuck up. And this is very important because, especially in America, yes, for example, say you're black, you might end up in a room like this, and you might have done literally nothing wrong. Well, you might need to make sure that you remember everything that interrogator is meant to do, like trick you into convincing to admitting to something that you didn't do. So
Well, here's the first thing you do when you find yourself in this situation after they Mirandize you. You say,
I did
I
it.
would like to speak to a lawyer. That's the only fucking thing
Trubisky, we're so
you
close.
say
Yep.
to
That's what I
a
would do.
police officer is I
I'm
would
sure
like
you've
to
heard
speak to a
this.
lawyer.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Like, it's literally like, shut the fuck up Friday. You if you have a lawyer, you call it. Even if it's not Friday, you call, fucking shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. You don't say a goddamn thing. You ask for a lawyer, you call your lawyer. You shut the fuck up. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
just call. If you haven't got a lawyer, or you can't afford one. One will be appointed to you. Yeah. So just lawyer the how would what's it? Lawyer the fuck up.
What's your day? I like...
now dude mo bro McDude bro over here. I don't think understands this.
Like, was like, Yardley, and she was like, already like totally freaked out because of what she did this past like a few days ago, and we haven't talked since. And I was just gonna go talk to her.
The only time you ever talk to the pigs is when like there's someone inside a building taking pot shots out and they scream, "Where's the shooter?" In which case you don't even need to talk to them. You just need to vaguely point towards the gun while giving them a look like, "Dude, you can see." Like, yeah, but he's not an ethnicity. So I can't fire at him. No, dude, we were trained for this. This is a time where we shoot another Caucasian. Oh,
What?
oh God.
No, that's so wrong.
No. Oh God. Oh God. I'm not ready for this. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. we have a we have
They didn't tell me this was
what,
part of the job.
yeah, a piggy all the way home situation here, sir. Calling the
I quit.
specialist.
I quit. I
I
can't
can't
do it.
do this, man. I was my dad told me I was helping people by shooting black people. This makes no sense. Meanwhile, you just see the shooter like opening up onto like a schoolyard somewhere, like, the gods tell me to open the dawn, like, and they're like, no, this person is not my enemy. I know who the real enemy is. Pink-haired libtards, and he strolls off. Becomes a fucking oath keeper or some shit like that. And I joke, but I mean, Christ, that became all too real near the end there. Fucking hell, white nationalism.
Yardley slept with another lacrosse player from North Carolina the week before, which is what he just
we all know
referred to.
lacrosse players are sluts.
She was already like, oh, like freaking out. Like, you can't come in, you can't come in. And I was like, I'm like just trying to talk to you.
The investigation team obviously had no way of knowing this, and George has now confessed to the crime of second-degree trespass. More importantly, however, he's just confessed to initiating the supposed confrontation. He now can't say that he was somehow tricked or misled into that situation. He knowingly stepped into it, and the critical fact he can actually recognize and remember this will be used against him repeatedly in the future.
Genuine question to anyone watching and who I'm talking to right now. You ever been in front of an officer like this?
Hell no.
Maybe
Shabby?
a couple times.
Shabby, we all know the shit you did for the CIA down in Guatemala, but I'm talking about in the USA.
There's been things where I've been in investigative rooms like this and stuff, but I'm not going to talk about it, okay? Between me and Red Eye, all right? It's legal stuff. Do I need to call my lawyer?
Yes, apparently.
I want a
now
lawyer.
you stated it, kind of. All you have to say is, I do not want to talk about it at this
I want 10 lawyers immediately.
Oh,
He
you want
nailed it,
Mr.
Shabby.
Burns' room of just like high-priced lawyers, and they're just hiding in an alcove somewhere.
You just hear a helicopter fly overhead, and then all of a sudden, all these fucking dudes in like full fucking combat gear rappel down out of the chopper, and they've all got briefcases over.
Yeah, they just fling papers at you.
Combat lawyers inserted by helicopter. Boom. 12 of them. That's what a Black Hawk can carry.
48 hours
12
earlier.
fully equipped fucking lawyers airdropped in. They halo jump out of a fucking Hercules.
No, I imagine that they float around like in the Avengers in this air like a ship in the air like this air strip floating, and it's like we gotta report a Sector 7G, send Team 5, and they're like preparing, let's go, and it's like they're there in 5 minutes and they're just
Elon Musk got his Tony Stark on, went to the American Navy, went, see that fucking aircraft carrier? Watch this. And he went, stuck a bunch of Falcon 9s on that fucking thing, and now it flies around. It's amazing.
Well, what happened was the first one went up, it flew around a few minutes and exploded. Elon Musk vanished, but then someone went, wait, no, I can do it in a way that's stupid. 5 years later, and it's flying. But it works.
All right.
Yeah, this whole idea is stupid.
Yeah.
Why do we need this?
Right. Here's a little. I'll quickly mention this. Back in the day when Russia tried to do a moonshot, go and have a look at their rocket design and how many engines it had in it, and what happened to it, and then go and look at Elon Musk's fucking ship and count the engines in it, and just wait what happens to that. Twink.
Motherfucker! Earlier on Twitch, I was watching this is amazing anime. It's called like Royal Space Command, and the premise is that they're in a cold war between this other race of people, and it's all kind of like 1950s, 1960s tech. But this one people right on the border with the enemy nation have developed the first jets that can send people to the moon, and everyone thinks that they're going to launch a missile. So they say if you launch that missile, if you launch a rocket, that's a war. They're like, fuck you, we're not launching a missile or anything, we're sending people to the moon. So, convoluted, long story short, as the base is being attacked in quite possibly the best animated combat scene ever made, because it's all cell, it's all done by hand. As it's being launched, you see it, and it looks like a combination of the worst ideas of the NASA and the Russian project, and because it's fantasy, it flies. But there's like 12 rockets at its base. It looks like a cake. It's ridiculous. It's like this tube in the center of just like massive burners, and it's cool to look at, but it's so stupid. And I guarantee you, if we made this in real life, especially in the 70s, about 80 people would be dead.
And like she like started being like,
How didn't the Soviets have the honor of having the first dead people in space?
Yeah, they lost astronauts. It was
Cosmonauts.
supposed to be, cosmonauts. It was supposed to be Yuri Geller, believe it or not, but a guy took his place. And there's actually the Americans. This is the sad part. He died because the heat shield failed as he was re-entering, and the Americans picked up this guy cursing the fucking Russians as he fucking went in. He was just saying, it's like, thanks for nothing. Say goodbye to my wife for me, you fucking turds. You fucking sent us up in a fucking tin can to die. The Russians really
But they floated
pushed
in
it.
space until they re-entered orbit, right? Which means that for one brief moment, all dead humans were not on Earth. All humans up to that point in all of human history and prehistory were on Earth, except for that small group of people burning up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, listen, after this vid, we should go and quickly watch the attempted launch of the Russian rockets for their moonshot, because they were in a space race to the moon, the Americans,
I remember.
and it shows why they lost. It's the biggest non-military explosion mankind may have ever seen. It's just so much shit went at once that it's mind-boggling. Like the explosion is just awe-inspiring.
I'm now thinking
fucking
of the
godlike.
other major explosions that aren't nuke, and yeah, you might be right. Because I
No,
was thinking
I
of the
think it's the
Halifax.
biggest.
I was thinking like the Halifax, but that was because the Halifax explosion was full of armament, like shells and shit like that. So
Yeah.
yeah, that
But
makes
this thing as a single detonation is apparently the
getting like
biggest
all like,
non-nuclear
you know,
boom
like
boom ever.
really like defensive.
So we'll probably need a cleanser after this if we get all the way to the end. So I'm guessing something more lolcowy in nature.
Is already like on
Well,
the
I know.
defense
Let's go and watch the green screen guy so I can get more shit horribly wrong.
edge, and like
Anytime, sweet pea.
I was like, listen, I'm not here to like, I'm just here to talk to you, and
Oh, fuck you.
You know where my mind was going. And he's like, hold on, let me just focus in on this. Let me focus in on this wagon wheel. Wait a minute. It doesn't have a jam.
There's no jam on this wagon wheel. It is not authentic.
And he has to have an Australian accent when he says it.
This is not an
she
Australian
like got
wagon
all
wheel, mate.
like sat up, like her bed's against the wall, like if it was in this corner, she was like up
We
against the
laugh,
wall.
but I
was
mean,
like,
this is a
we
really
were sitting there
fucking morbid topic. In fact, I'm okay with moving on because deserves this. I'll watch this shit tomorrow. I have 2 days left of streaming after this. So yeah,
Let's Christmas the fuck out, dude, and get some
yeah,
jolly and
yeah.
joy on.
Fuck
What the
that
hell?
shit. Hell, Cobra is
We've
almost due, but where is
yeah.
he?
Well,
Where are you,
we have
Cobe?
waded through the quagmire of humanity all year through the different
I
shows
don't
that
think
I've
I've
been
said
on, and
this.
you like
I don't think I've said this enough. Cobb's, whenever he took that picture, it is a lovely picture.
it is. It's. I think the term majestic nearly would be fitting for such a shot because that's they redwoods. I'm
No, they're a little
not
too
familiar with
lean.
American
Yeah,
trees.
they're too lean to be redwoods, I think.
The first
Very
time I
skinny. Go on.
first time I saw him going live with this thumbnail, I was thinking to myself, is he really outside? Like, and then you click and it's like, no, he just
hasn't been
randomly put
outside
that.
for about 5 years now. I
Yeah,
think.
and I know people make that joke about me, but I'm like being literal. Like I really thought, like, oh, he's out doing an IRL stream, like in nature. Like as soon as I click, it's like, no, he's he's sitting on his nasty chair, talking about sickos
Did you
again.
guys
That's all
get
he's
to
doing.
Did you guys see him when he at the deleted stream where he was on Spice?
No. Oh Jesus
Yep, we
Christ!
watched
This
it on
dude got
stream,
on.
but yep, he got on Spice. I'm imagining you guys want to fucking see it, so fuck yeah.
Oh
Let's
no!
find it.
See, I'm cool with people taking stuff, but there's certain things that my
Oh no,
eyebrow
he
goes.
takes it well. In all fairness, he takes it pretty fucking well.
Oh damn!
He
That's
probably did plenty of it through his childhood or something. I would think.
That's not good. That's
that's my point.
oh no!
That's why he's a little on the weird side, maybe.
Oh, not maybe. If he's fried his brain on
karma.
shit like that, like yeah. Look, head injuries and drug abuse can there's it all adds up, and eventually it
Go on.
Ooh, it's
oh, it's just-
deleted.
oh god, just hit it. Let's do this. Let's dive in.
What do you get?
Let's get hot and sexy.
A mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and thinks him like trash.
What?
Get what you fucking deserve.
That's the stuff.
If
Oh, God,
if Evan Lefevre had hit like heroin, like I think he would have ended up.
No, see what happens is that here's my hypothesis that when people are born, that there's like an anti-version of them goes somewhere on the world as well, right? That's the anti-version.
That's
Just
anti-Evan.
putting that out. I'm just putting that out there that he's everything that Evan is not.
Never. He's never.
Freedom
hypothesis, but I'm wrong with it.
So like I
And that's Stormtroopers of Death, that music. Holy fuck, I haven't heard that for 20 years. You should know who they are. The race. That was. There may have been one or two racist tunes in that one, like Speak English or Die may have been a little racist.
I may have recalled a very early, now almost certainly deleted YouTube video that had that going while some skinhead screamed at someone who was slightly more brown on the London Tube while that was playing over it. Yeah, I may
No.
recall that. Yeah, well, it was pretty fucking early. It was pretty fucking yeah. I mean, it's pretty early and it was pretty fucking vague on my end. But as you may recall, I did have a pretty scummy memory, a scummy time in my earlier years. And here's the thing, though, that was not like an official music video or anything. It was just some scumbag using it for their early OVA. It wasn't all anime, you know. It wasn't all just Naruto running and over the top emo shit. There was some all manner of shit that went there. But here's Cobes. Here's Cobes' deleted Spice stream.
Got to the gas station after shitting my pants, and I finished.
What the fuck?
Right
And
off
we go
the
in
bat.
red hot.
I know, right?
What the fuck? So I just fucking got the gas station after shitting my pants. This is the opening line. This is gonna be good.
Oh, I don't want to spoil it. I will say one thing. It doesn't knee jerk you quite so much. Instead, you know what you're going to get as the time goes on.
Dumping my dump, cleaning off
Dumping my
the liquid
dump.
shit off my legs,
Speaking
wiping
of,
my
I need to
ass,
piss my
cleaning it
pants.
out of the inside of
Verify.
my pants. The biggest thing I was worried about was if anyone would smell it, you know? It was one of those things
Yes.
like, oh God, I hope nobody notices, and I hope nobody smells it kind of thing. So you're just kind of standing there awkwardly in line. I get done using the restroom, washing my hands, and now I'm standing in line at Loaf and Jug, watching the cigarettes behind the counter go, you know, like distort and all that sort of thing. And like, what can I get you? And I'm like, yeah, can I get a pack of blueberry Swisher Sweets? The cigarillos, yes, the 2 for $1. Thank you much. I paid the Loaf and Jug, and no one said shit. They were just like, you know. If they did notice I was on something, or they look at my eyes, and my eyes are like, you know what I'm saying?
They're all holding
I
their
heard
breath.
the voice in off my headphones, but I needed to.
Oh,
I need
he's
to
just
piss.
saying, no, nobody said nothing to me while I was standing in line. Says because they were all holding their breath because you stunk like a big, massive walking pile of shit. You actually had stink lines emanating from you like a fucking cartoon character. That's why no one said
It was
nothing.
the literal foghorn.
I know what they said. They said, "Man, that sexy bad boy goth fucking rock star smells like shit."
His tactical smoke. That's the tactical soap they will not sell overseas. I did
needs
not
more
see.
tactical soap.
Yeah, I did not see tactical soap. Nutty butter at all. You know, like.
Does this mean? Wait. Does this mean that the power of tactical soap overcomes the smell of feces? That's
what it
impressive,
was.
ladies.
No,
Whoa.
well, it does. Well, maybe at least it negates it to a degree.
Yeah,
but I don't want
nullifies
him
it.
to say the word negate.
Lev, you just got some of this stuff, didn't you? You know what that means.
Yes.
You've now
And
got
Now
to
you gotta shit yourself, and then
You're like
or,
cedarwood.
wait, first
It
you gotta
smells like
shower
cedar.
with it, then you shit yourself, and then we all smell you.
Yep, that's what's
See if
got
you
to
smell
happen.
good. Yeah, I want to smell your anus. Or
You do
whatever.
realize Missy literally sent me a message saying that when we meet up, are you gonna bring the tactical soap?
Whoa.
Yeah.
We better order a second bar.
Oh
Is she
God.
sexually harassing you?
Well, of course.
I hope so.
You want me to deal with
It
this?
is.
I'll teach her a
I
lesson.
bet
I'll
you
beat
would
her.
like to deal with this. Don't worry, low energy. I'll take this burden off
I'll
you.
take the sexual. Yes.
I got you, bro.
got
I got
you.
you, bro.
Don't worry,
I'm the
man.
greatest
You
at
have
being
another
sexually
drink on
harassed.
me. Hi, Miss. Oh, you're passing me by and getting him also another drink. I like them drunk. Oh, I don't know how to respond to
Yeah,
that.
look, I'll just say if she's doing that to you, I'll take a bit of heat for you if you want. Just sense, no, just saying, just deflect my way. It's
Look, I'm not. She didn't say it in a sexual way. All she said was like, why did you get the tactical soap? First of all, she was stunned that I got the tactical soap, and I'm like, I got the tactical soap because the chat. I made a claim when I was big shock, drunk, that if the chat bought me the tactical soap, I would get it. So I asked them for the equivalent worth of a bar of tactical soap. They delivered, and I then said, "Oh, all right. So for this upcoming date, I'm going to use it for the. I'm going to use it for a. I'm going to use a bar of it and tell you how it was. However, the date fell through, so I'm like, oh, well, I guess I don't have to worry about it. No, apparently my chat has a long memory because a few weeks, well, about last month, I got a donation saying, "Come on, coward, where's our tactical soap?" And I was like, fine, fine, fine,
Coward.
fine. Oh yeah, yeah. They use the word
Are you
coward.
scared of the soap?
I was. All right, you want me to say it? I was
You're scared
scared
of the
of it.
power that it holds?
I was
It
scared
is,
of
it
the
is a lot of
maybe.
power for one
There was
man.
no, actually, Cobes. The maybe is its only power. Once you embrace it, you realize it's pretty subpar soap. It's really subpar soap.
oh,
Case
we
in
got
case in point.
got a got a
Go on.
comment from Bill, and I'll just say to Bill, here's the big difference between you and Cobes, Bill. Cobes was high on spice, and he was going down to buy some cigarettes. You had COVID, which has given a lot of people forever sleep. So we won't hold that one against you. You were legit. We can say without a shadow of a doubt, you were legitimately sick. Cobes was just high, went to buy
I'll
some
hold it
cigarettes and
against
shit
him.
his pants. Oh, Shab is going to hold it
I
against
hold
you.
it against you.
All right,
Okay.
There
so
you go.
sorry there, Bill. You're always gonna have
Sorry,
an
Bill.
enemy in Shabisky. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna make a shirt of you, Bill. Like Bill shit himself. Ha ha ha. And it's like a
You're
picture
gonna
of
have
you in
like the
front of all your mates, a
Asterios.
cartoon.
You're gonna
Shit.
have like the
I'm
Asterios
gonna sell
shower
millions.
curtain. It's gonna be over his face, over like overly stretched. So it's gonna look really. It's gonna be like
Shabisky,
Marge's shirt.
I'm gonna market this shit.
Shabisky's
Literal
buying your
shit in your
neighbor's
pants.
house so he can just stand on the fucking front veranda and go, you shit yourself. That's how mean Shabisky is. Like,
Yeah.
wow, Shab.
Don't
That's really
worry,
mean.
don't worry, Bill. You can counter if you see Shabisky. We all know it was in self-defense.
Yeah. Just call him a scrub. That makes him cry. You watch. You are such a scrub, Shabisky.
It's that easy? Oh my God!
Yeah.
I've known this guy for 32 years. Holy fuck!
I'm so angry.
I'm just so angry. I'm gonna take my shirt off and cover myself in
I'm gonna hurt.
oil? Question mark. Hopeful.
That's it. I'm gonna do a shanty. You made me do this, Red Eye.
I'm gonna be the Rev in this and just put my hand at my head and be like, "Oh God, did you see that in the little cut scene from their 48-hour stream? He just wants to kill himself.
Oh God.
Yeah, he just says like everyone just looks at him and like, the camera pans at him and he just has his fingers at his head like.
Oh
But
God, that
then
poor
Wow.
guy.
I watched this video not too long ago of this woman I've never heard of before, but she caught a live stream where Rev is begging for food, and Shani comes in and just starts screaming at him over like, "You're doing nothing!" And he just looks up at her and goes, "Okay, what do you want to do about it? I bet you want to leave me, huh? Yeah, actually, I kind of do." Whoa. Like, is Rev
Huh.
getting a spine? Is he gonna
Oh
fucking do
Damn.
it?
God.
I don't think so. But I think that boat sailed about 10 years ago. But it's kind of interesting to see Rev with like just a hint of like, okay, Yeah, I don't care anymore. Yeah, whatever. And she's doing all the shiny sort of like, and he's like, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, look,
he's still a piece of shit though.
yeah, look, I know Rev is a massive turd, but I do have some. I feel a bit of pity for the guy.
Not
He
since what we
he
found out
was.
about his kids.
Yeah, look, that was not trying to defend the guy. All I'm saying is that if you look into his history and how Shani got her claws into him,
Oh, sure.
it's like that poor guy never stood a fucking chance. And if only he got to live life and maybe fuck some other chick, this wouldn't be happening to the poor guy. He got that 700 and whatever K, that's gone. And my only hope is that eventually when he does leave Shani, because he's going to, that seed's been
She's
put in
gonna
the ground
die
and
in
it's
her
growing.
sleep one day, die screaming, or just die. Like she's
Yeah,
gonna
look,
die of a heart attack, of some sort of infection, of some sort of parasite. It's not gonna end well for Shani.
look, I'm just hoping one day he wakes up and just fucking walks out and never looks back, and that his family fucking take care of him and get him back on his feet somewhat and get
I
him
wish I was
self-sufficient
still
again.
like that. I just
I just feel sorry for the guy because of what happened to him. But again, not defending what he's done
No,
in the
I'm not
last
saying
year or
that you
so.
are
But fuck
defending.
that guy.
It's
I
just
am. Stop defending him, Red Eye, and every single thing he's ever done. Stop it.
yes, Zabisky. He shouldn't be defending you. You should be defending me down there, if you know what I mean.
And
Yeah.
but to
Yeah.
be fair, we've also got to acknowledge that he is the architect of all of this. He's been sitting there he could have walked out at any time or said no at any time, and he was the one that was pissing up money against the wall just as badly as she was. And now you just look at him compared to 2 years ago, sitting in hotel rooms begging for fucking food in Delta 8.
Look at him
It's
in
just,
5. Yeah, look at him in 5 years ago. Hell, look at him
at least the kids
before
are
they
gone.
lived.
The
Yeah. Oh, I'm
kids are
so
safe.
glad the kids are gone.
Yes. So that's who gives a
And
shit
the
about
animals
Shani? You know
too.
what? Fuck them. Yeah. Good
You
point.
can't forget the animals.
That cat will be shitting in it's either feral somewhere and probably living a way better life, or someone else is looking after it and it's basically living in luxury now because it's probably getting its kitty litter cleaned out at least once a month. You know, because we all saw that fucking video on what that cat box looked like, and that was a crime against humanity.
That was something like 4 to 6 months or some big amount of time like that without changing the cat box, because all it was turds.
Yeah,
and then it was leaking, and then it was leaking. You didn't see cat litter. All it is just a sea of turds with pee leaking out of it.
Don't forget that was like one of those advanced sort of like pusher out ones, designed to be like kind of like rotate the litter to make it to look and like smell less disgusting. But also when the time's come to clean it up, like an average kitty litter tray is just a fucking like small tray with a bit of like, for lack of a better word, sand on it, and the cat takes care of the rest. And then you clean it up every couple of days. Like it's something that you have to do with it, like the same way you have to make sure that a dog gets to go outside at least once a day.
And or the kid gets to stay in a room that they don't.
Oh God, yeah, just a mattress on the floor.
And the other stuff. There was. Anyway, let's get back to the Spice
Girl.
Yeah,
last time I checked, we were meant to be having fun.
Sorry, oh, it happened again.
And then they didn't say anything about
One more time, and we get a free coffee.
it. I'm bucking them all.
Oh damn!
Oh now, shit! I just want to give you a quick thing. He is in his headphones listening to Ozzy, but due to copyright, the guy did his best by replacing it with Minecraft music. So the Minecraft music you're hearing, he puts it off to drink. He deleted this shit, by the way, the next morning, but the damage was done. It's like
man, he is pinging. Look at those eyeballs.
when Layla's grave.
He needs to do this more often.
I think DP didn't show this because Ben's terrified of the copyright. There is some advantages of being tiny.
Listen,
balls,
you
look at him.
hear him. Look at
This is some good singing.
Back of the moon.
Back in the moon. What if I paired him up? What if I paired him up with Buff Corell singing the same song?
Oh God, let's get a Buff Cobes remix happening.
Back in the moon.
You can hear it a little bit there.
Yeah, but they're making sure that, you know.
Yeah, as long as we keep talking as well, we'll be sweet.
I wasn't really
quiet
hearing
enough.
it at all before until now, because he's being quiet.
He's returned to prove them wrong. So wrong. Woo, yeah, baby.
Man, I want to get this high now.
You can't
I was
sing
going to
this good,
say, like I said, Red, like he does indeed get off his fucking tits, but it's not a bad case. He wasn't like slamming his head off against the wall. He wasn't screaming the N-word over and over again or jacking himself off. He was just vibing. So I respect him. He's just vibing. He's doing what drugs are meant to do, take you to a good place.
Yeah, as Carl's little brother would say, he's tripping balls. Oh man, I'm tripping balls. Look at him. He is out there.
I don't know why he deleted this shit. I would have kept it up.
I would actually approach the creator of this video if I was Cobes and ask if I could re-upload it onto my channel, because this has now become art at this point. Look at that. This is like an AI would generate something like that as art. I'm telling you, this is some crazy shit.
Bad boy, goth bad boy, wizard, cowboy from Casper, Wyoming, and it just shows a random image of Cobes. In a clock tower. In a clock tower, and the picture comes back, file not found.
I love the music. It's great. This is perfect. Look at him. He is just thinking about what created the universe.
Shadows.
My bad.
Spell. On the mouth of hell.
I thought just for a second he's diving
I'm a
deep
little bit
into
drunk
some
at
philosophical
Gemini's,
thing,
you
and then he
fucking-
just starts going.
I feel like it.
Right.
I feel like it's almost like watching an adult in a childlike state here, like it's like a little toddler, like
he's,
I don't know.
He's reverted into his cocoon. So
Yeah, a lot of higher brain functions have been switched right off. They've just been code for the night. It's like the brain's gone. Listen, you fellas up there in the higher functioning part, you just take the night off. We got it from here. We'll keep the heart beating. We'll keep that the breathing going. And if we go down near the gas station, well, we're gonna poop.
I love the POV of the idea that like your POV, you're like a baby duck, and this is the first thing that you've imprinted on.
Sue me. I'm bugging the moon. Hey, yeah, I'm bugging the moon.
Bugging moon.
Hey, yeah, I'm bugging the moon. Oh, bugging the moon.
Oh shit.
Oh.
check something out in a DM real quick. Whap, whap.
Prove
It's
it.
just
Prove it.
Cobes
Show
is
me your
having a lot of
PP.
fun.
He is a lot of fun. But he's the greatest.
I would have to agree with that. He is the greatest spice streamer I've ever seen. He's the
He's
only
a
spice
pro.
streamer I've ever
Well,
seen.
hold on. I've seen a few Spice streamers, so
Whoa.
maybe yeah.
Is that why the
Top
Spice
3?
Girls were called the Spice Girls?
Yeah, but then they need to be rebranded after some people got offended. I have no idea why.
They love to do Spice.
Who does? The face. You wake up and this face is slowly looming in over you.
Jesus Christ.
Right? No! Bo!
Oh, now he's turned into a skink lizard. Wonderful.
Right? He's just gonna be like a gecko crawling up and down the walls.
Fuck the crazy asshole who murdered John Lennon, to be honest.
To be honest.
To be honest, as this was the line of the conversation anyway. Why the hell not? Yes. The guy who's what was the name of it? The committee in his skull, the little tiny people in his head who was telling him that he wasn't good enough to shoot John Lennon. He's like, I'm gonna show them. And then he shot John Lennon in front of Yoko, and Yoko went off to have a terrible haircut and a terrible music style. Although I don't think that had anything to do with anything. I just wanted to point it out that Yoko Ono is not that great. But you know who was passable? John Lennon. You know why? Because at least he had some good ideas floating around his noggin. Except for the whole thing about his first wife.
Julian Lennon was actually a really freaking decent musician too.
But then, of course, you have John.
Yoko's not.
No, Yoko is. I hear she's actually not a terrible conductor for like an orchestra. I hear she's got good flow. Other than that, I have only bad memories of the 90s of her albums that people almost felt guilty to buy because of the fact that she was Yoko. You know, like, wow. Do you remember John? Yeah, wow. Yoko's album, huh? Do you remember John?
It's such a goddamn crying shame anymore. It's just
like when we all called ourselves Enya was
okay. If
I
you're
met
a fan
the
of
woman.
their music, you wouldn't do anything
Scary.
to hurt
Scary
them.
woman.
That's
Whoa,
the way I
scared.
see it. That's why he was called a crazy fan.
Get shot because he's a big fat phony.
I
Big
got a
fat
lot of
phony. Oh, you're a few decades in the difference. You need to turn those guns towards. Who was the president who got shot at like the turn of the last century? Like Harding, was it? Who like he got shot by a anarchist who thought that God wanted him to kill him. He was the creation of the Secret Service because Lincoln surprisingly was not the creation of the Secret Service. The guy after him who got shot was the creation of the Secret Service.
people who hate King Cobra JFS. They're just like, I can't stand Cobra. He's such a fucking obnoxious. And it's like, what have I done to you personally other than
Nothing. However, Cobes, you are such an obnoxious. I think we can all agree here.
Yes.
He's hurt.
You're pissed off because, you know, people recognize me and what I'm doing.
Yeah, we do recognize
Which the people wouldn't recognize me if, you know, like, okay, if my YouTube trolls didn't try so hard to fuck with me, they would just be like, oh, hey, you know what? Not they specifically, the trolls, but people in general would be like, oh, hey, you're just another Ozzy Osbourne fan.
Casper's thousands of Ozzy Osbourne fans just strolling around the streets like wayward gangs.
You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. So the trolls are giving me recognition.
I suppose they are to a degree, yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
That
They
was
actually
hot.
have. I think that's actually a pretty. That's a factual statement because I wouldn't have found Cobes' channel without
The trolls.
Yeah.
Yep. He's 100% right. Yep. We wouldn't be here without the haters. Now, I don't hate Cobes. I want to smack him a few times, but I don't hate him. I think there's a person there. He's not a person right now, but he could be one day.
Yeah. Look, there's levels of fuckery, and Cobes is definitely one of the least offensive people on
Right.
YouTube compared to some of the other shit that I've seen on YouTube, and which make me go, "What the? How is that on this platform?"
Right. Shabisky, seeing that you are closer to all this than any of us, except for me, because I'm amazing. What do you think about Cobes?
I'd fuck him.
Well, obviously, because you're a slut. But besides that,
I think he's okay, but he's also like the worst thing about him is that he is just he thinks way too highly of himself, where he has way too big of an ego, and I imagine that probably he doesn't like. I don't know. I think it's okay to have a big ego, but it's not okay when you let that make you a bad person or someone who treats people like they're below you or something like that. Because but if there's anything wrong with him, that's probably the only thing really. Well, I mean, other than the obvious other things, but like he just seems to be like a very. He seems like he could be very stuck up. I imagine if you hung out with him, you'd probably see a lot of it.
you do realize that he doesn't believe that himself. That wouldn't last more than 5 seconds under scrutiny. Like if you got someone like Honest Red, for example, he's kind of a narcissist. So obviously he would, and I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll say this 1,000 times again. Honest Red is a narcissist. He cares a lot about what people think about him and what he thinks about himself. But Cobes says he cares about himself. Cobes honestly genuinely he actually always bombards you saying he's a great singer, he's a wizard, he's a fucking he's a YouTube celebrity, all the girls want him, he's the real dude in Casper. But look at him, look how he talks and look how he acts. He doesn't think that himself. He doesn't believe that himself. His narcissism is not real narcissism because he doesn't believe it. Some people have argued that narcissism is the ultimate form of self-degradation. No, not by my memory. Narcissism is the ultimate form of like self-flagellation, or not flagellation. What would be no, it would be flagellation, where you're basically sucking yourself off. He's just basically sucking himself off. I've never seen Cobes do that, really. I've seen him claim he's great. I've never actually got the vibe that he thinks that he's great. He hates who he is, and he's wondering why other people don't give him the praise he thinks he's due until he realizes that, oh, maybe I'm a piece of shit. Then 5 minutes later, I'm the greatest because he doesn't connect the two. Go on.
Here's my biggest problem with him. The things, and Doug called it out in chat, his culinary skills. The things he does to food, the abominations that this man has created in that. I've actually said this, I think it was on your live stream, or was it? No, it was on tap. In the future, when the world is out of oil, there's going to be one last reserve found. And you know what's going to be found? It's going to be all the fucking oil and shit that dripped off his pizza cartons into the carpet, so much leach. It leached through the carpet, through a concrete slab, and created a reservoir of oil. And humanity will
You don't need
fight
the
over that like
food that
it's a
he's
fucking
sucking.
Mad Max movie.
Right? Yeah, like Casper will just be the fucking wasteland, and there'll be fucking gimp leather armies in like buggies going around looking for the cobes.
The
The
Lord
famous
Humongous will just bring us
oh
out the grease. Just walk away. We want the grease.
the cobra venom. We know it's there, and they'll be like, oh, like a fucking warlord or Cyrax will be like this old like scholar hiding, like in the cavern. We know you're out here, old man. Give us
Yeah.
what you know. The world will be better.
So that's my feeling. What's going to happen in about 300 years? Mankind will wage the final war where Cobes now currently lives because they're chasing after that crude grease and oil that came from all of those fucking pizzas with all of that the garlic
Turns
butter.
out to be the most powerful oil to ever
Yeah,
exist.
a small drop will like power like a car for a year, you know?
Yeah.
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 Its viscosity has never been seen before. It actually breaks the laws of physics for oil. It's just
He never
it's like,
decided to turn it into people like Landon or anyone else, just in general, because of course he's Cobes. He never understood, for example, that there's a reason why his kitchen glows in the dark, even when he turns all the lights off. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's weird. It must be all those sickos.
I have witnessed him pour 3 containers of either ranch or I think it was garlic butter
Oh
on a
yeah,
pizza.
yeah.
3, not 1, not 2, 3 fucking
Yeah, it
containers
was
on
butter.
1 pizza. It's like,
He's turned me off those little satchels so fucking much that I get my own sauce if I want to do it because it's so off-putting. Opening
Like,
those
I
little
could add an extra marinara because they tend to not put enough marinara on them bitches, but soaking it in butter, it's just gonna make it a soggy pizza.
Well,
yeah.
he
A
wants
soggy
doggy.
pizza.
He probably wants
Yeah.
doggy because it fucks up the top roof of his mouth, and like his mouth needs to be reserved for the only thing that matters: consumption of alcohol. I'm saying that literally while drinking shit beer Corona Extra, but like Cobes's main issue with his food, and everyone has said this. Jake has said this. Ben has said this. I've said this. I think Red, you've said this. Raisin has said this. Everyone has fucking said this. He takes perfectly good food and then just adds to it. Why? He's like, this is our food hack. A food hack is when you've got lesser of something and you make greater. He has the average of something and then makes it lesser.
Yeah,
Like,
look, here's a crazy food hack I saw the other day. It's like, get 2 pieces of white bread and your favorite chocolate bar and get a little section of the chocolate bar. Put down 1 piece of bread. Put down the chocolate. Put down the second piece of bread. Then get a glass and push down around the thing and it creates a little cupcake thing. Pop that in the toaster. Little Pop-Tart thingies, homemade with whatever filling you like, your favorite candy, chocolate, whatever the fuck you want in it. Legit as fuck. That's a food hack. What he does is food grape. Yeah, it's food grape. It's food molestado. It's not
Ooh.
food hacking. It's food
Ooh.
massacring.
you molestado.
No molestado the food, Cobes.
No,
Stop it, guys. You're turning me
the
on.
Cobes,
Ay,
the
ay, ay, ay.
molestado. Doo-doo-doo.
Molestado.
Hola, tubes. He
This
wanted
is
to
why
be a
she.
cowboy bad boy, so a cowboy like Wild West shooter. Why the fuck not?
Oh God.
I'm
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm offended.
now I want to see a fucking spaghetti western with Cobes in it, where it's like
Oh,
oh god, with Clint Eastwood going off against Cobes, but like it's
the
Cobes.
production Well, wait. Here's a fucking idea. What if we get Cobes a job with Egghead's relative's production company where they make those Western movies, and we get Cobes in a fucking movie as the town drunk or the town doc or something like that.
No,
Cobes
it
comes out
has.
of the town dentist. Cobes is pulling teeth. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm drinking
Colb's
whiskey.
wouldn't be on board with that because he wouldn't have like a leading role. So how about this? Speedy in The Secret of the Cobra. And they're just like in this place in Colorado, like this like the caverns that 148 hours happened in, the dude who lost his arm. Um they're in like these really tight corridors, and then Cobes disappears in this vague image, and you hear this clearly audioed in After Effect of Cobes because they tried to have him say the words then and there, but it just didn't work. And then afterwards, he's like, "Ah, you think you're here, Speedy? You're not speedy enough." And then it's clearly a stunt double pointing the gun from behind his camera because Cobes couldn't hold the gun right. And then it's like Speed, AK is like, oh, geez, like he's just dodging the bullets, and it occasionally cuts back to the original footage of Cobes, but then it constantly cuts back to, but it's all ADR'd after the fact, and there's so much. All the important shots are done by a clear stunt double who has like a long flowing hair of hair of hair.
Listen, happy
Oh,
solstice, everybody, by the way. Summer solstice in the Southern
that
Hemisphere. We're having the
yeah.
longest day. You guys are having the shortest day. Enjoy your solstice.
I've shown this before, but if you are anywhere near Newgrange, today was your day. You've already passed it, but it's then and there. And yeah, absolutely. It's the it didn't actually feel like the shortest day because I've been doing this all day. Also, I've been drinking, so fuck yeah. But I was in Newgrange for the the winter solstice, I should say, and fuck yeah, that's an experience that I was too young to appreciate. I need to do that once more before I die. Don't get me wrong, it's not like going into the room of glittering diamonds or some shit like that, where like the light comes down and suddenly everything becomes clear. Instead, the light comes down, and then all the stone around you becomes a little bit more like readable with your naked eye. And you look around, you realize thousands and thousands of years of history have been carved into the rock as other people who stood in my exact same spot carved in. Now, you're in Australia there, Red, and you can probably think of a few particular like dreaming spots that would probably come to mind, or like the Uluru. I don't want to call it Ayers Rock. I mean, it's past now, isn't it? So it's like Uluru.
Yeah, Uluru. I would assume that indigenous tribes all around Australia have their own places that they go to and observe the solstice, because the way they, from my understanding of indigenous culture, one of the ways they sort of told the seasons is what was happening around them. So, for instance, if they saw these eels swimming up the Murray River, they knew that in 6 weeks' time a certain crop would be growing and the weather would be cooling down because the change of season was coming. And they'd use nature to basically keep track of what was going on. So if they see certain critters behaving in a certain way, heading to a certain area, they'd know it was a certain time of year. And that's pretty cool. So I'd also assume that they have. Well, I do know actually that the indigenous people were avid astronomers. They have actually got their own names for a lot of the constellations. It turns out down here. We've just recently sort of learnt ourselves through cultural sharing, and it turns out that indigenous tribes were naming constellations a long time before we were. From my understanding, it's like they got a pretty good head start. They didn't have telescopes and the like, but they had names for all of the different constellations. Pretty fucking cool.
Very cool. Shabisky, you are out
Yeah.
in a really
Africa, yeah.
yeah, I know. So how are those elephants in the Serengeti?
They're a bit of a pest. I have to shush them off all the time. You know, like shush, get out of here.
One just comes in and
Yeah,
starts randomly fondling your face with its tusk.
yeah, it's annoying. They'll touch your butt and stuff.
Oh wait, I've got one of the worst jokes ever. What do you do if an elephant comes through your window?
Have sex with it.
Swim for your life.
Oh.
Get it? I'll leave now. Goodbye.
Get him out of here.
Greg,
Kick his ass,
we
Lev.
already have to deal with fucking Shabisky. Don't add to it.
Beat him
I'll
up,
bring him the
Lev.
dad
Beat him
jokes.
I would,
Kick his ass, Lev.
but
Eat his ass. I mean, kick his ass.
I'm too lazy. Okay, there, I
too.
said it. I'm too lazy to have a fight.
The cool guy, Tommy, is in the chat.
Oh shit, is he?
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah. He's here to
Merry
look at my
Christmas, Tommy.
penis. He's here to look at my penis. Should I show him it?
Yeah, go on. Whip it out.
Well,
Where is it?
do,
Where did I put
but
that thing?
I'll put a colorful yet a tasteful censorship around it.
Where did I put it?
Check in your butt.
No
Is that where I put
orgies? Well, I didn't say there wouldn't be any orgies. There might be some orgies. I personally believe that if there are orgies, they'll happen as us being like the spark fire that started, and then you guys can take it from there. Like, wow, guys, that was a great time going up and down the East River on that tour boat. It sure was. What a suck each other's dicks. You know it.
Spontaneous orgies are often the best orgies.
Three-way ain't gay in a three-way.
Oh, damn.
8 degrees.
This man is more of an alpha than any of us.
Sorry,
Ever even dream of
I'm sorry, Shabby. I have no idea what you said there. You said
Said you're gay.
alpha. Oh,
I said this
well, I
guy is
am
more of an
happy.
alpha than any
No,
of us.
let's talk
could ever
about my
dream.
let's talk about my homosexuality. Am I a top or
No!
a bottom?
You definitely take it up the bottom.
Do I occasionally partake of the bottom?
Yeah, you're a bottom bitch. I could tell.
So there's no way I could be, for example, a switch.
No, that's impossible. Because I just declared it.
So you know what
You're a
that
bottom.
means? I am the sexiest motherfucker on Twitter right now. Twitter is my fucking playground, and I'm gonna get laid.
Oh, speaking of Tommy, go look at my newest tweet. I tweeted about Kanye West.
He did! He tweeted about Kanye so much, so hard, repeatedly.
I tweeted
deep,
about Kanye West.
pulsating tweets about Kanye, right in between the legs.
It's sexy.
Now there's an image. There's a
Gotta go like
image.
it. Gotta go like it and retweet it, Tommy. Gotta anger people.
And yet somehow in my mind, you're still on your back.
There's my giant mug raising. I need to wash it.
LAV is a power bottom? Oh, motherfucker. If you don't know what you're doing with me, I will break someone's hips. Yeah. Oh, I broke another one. Oh, well. And then I try to stand up, and they're kind of stuck to my back, and I'm kind of doing a crab walk.
Vocal covers and I got the hiccups.
Whoa.
Fuck.
I'm getting notifications. I must check this out. Cobes, protect the clan. While I remind everyone, if you're enjoying the stream,
I
like, share, and
don't
subscribe.
want to change the world. I don't want the world to change me.
How?
I don't want to change the world. Don't want the world to change me.
Okay, that's a take. We can work with that.
You gotta go look at my tweet, Bill Bortley, on Twitter.
It's where the tweetlet.
Mine and Love's goal is to get it at 12 million retweets.
I don't want to change.
No. My goal is to get another $39 dollars. That's my goal. I don't know what your goal is, except for perhaps world domination.
I could dominate at least a little bit of the world. That'd be neat. Just give me like a little
Okay,
corner
now I
somewhere
want
I
to
can
see
dominate.
you in a sort of Gomez Adams-esque suit with like a sub bringing you your drink while you're having a long cigarette and going like, "No, that wasn't on time," and then you punish them. I want to see
Yeah?
you as a dom. What's your safe word? How many strikes?
Poop. Oh.
Poop.
Yeah, poop.
Poop. Poop is your safe
Yeah.
word. But for you,
Yeah.
poop, poop,
There's gonna
daddy.
be issues.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole point. Oh, different word.
The world to change me. I don't want to change the world. I want the world to change me.
Cobes.
Is he listening to Creed or what? Was he listening?
He's listening to Ozzy right now. But Minecraft music has to be put over. Oh shit, this is how you know that he's... That's almost the Aquila from 40K.
What's he doing?
And now he's touching himself in an erotic and sensual way. Tender. And yet inviting.
The pairing of this footage with this music is just fucking art.
This is what I'm saying. Look at this shit and don't think that you're like... imagine like you're like a newborn puppy looking up for the first time. Like... The puppy has no concept of anything. And this is the first thing you see.
Imagine if he was looking after an infant right now.
Yes! I've looked after an infant. And trust me when I say this. There's an angle to it you don't expect. They're little tiny fingernails. Oh my god. You are not prepared until you have a bit. Raisin would know what the fuck I'm talking about. But a baby's fucking sharp fingernails are terrifying. How are they so sharp? They shouldn't be so sharp. Because they have a weird power to keep you in a room. That's also another thing. They're like, no! And you're like, yep. And you walk away. Next week you hear, no! And next week, you turn away to remind them no. And they're to say, yep. And then they're like, no! And before long, you're having this philosophical debate with a baby. And it's the baby is winning. They have razor claws, right? Their heads smell weird too. Like up to like 3. You pick them up because of course they can't get out of the high chair on their own. You pick them up and you're like, what the fuck? Oh, that's super fresh. Like, what the hell? They're like laundry. I don't smell like laundry. When did I stop smelling like laundry? Did I ever smell like laundry? It gives you existential dread looking at a baby.
I don't want to change.
Oh God,
the
here it
world.
comes.
I don't want
Oh, God.
the world to change me. I don't want to change the world. I don't want the world to change me.
What I want to hear is like the song with Ozzy's vocals edited out and then his put in there instead. I want to hear what it sounds like. I don't know.
Live
what song
from
this
Battersea
is.
Park. The year is 1981. The last tour, and you see Ozzy coming up on stage. And he's about to open his mouth, and then I like
Yeah.
Well, he goes to the crowd like lighting lighters and like doing the devil hands and shit, like thousands of people. And every time Ozzy opens his mouth, change me.
World.
Yeah.
I want the world to change me. I
Yeah,
don't
you
want
gotta
to
love the
change the
hiccup
world.
Dude, someone needs to do that. What you just did. What you just said. Like, And they didn't even
I-
take footage from one of his concerts.
I
And
tried
then
with Buff Carell and the EVA song, and the problem with that is you have to line up the audio perfectly, and if you speed it up or shrink it down, it ruins the moment. In the case of the EVA song, she was meant to open her mouth and Buff's song was meant to come out. The problem was there was a second and a half in the difference, and it just kept growing and growing. So I thought, hey, I'll slow her down. It didn't add up. She moved too slow or too fast. When you speed up Buff Carell, oh my god. It didn't sound right at all. Colb's would be twice as bad because Colb's moves so fucking slow. All you could do was make him slower until I don't want to serve me, or he would just be useless. I don't know how to do it. Someone else does, though. If you're listening right now, if you know what my fault is, say so in the comments of this video. I want to know because the idea is there. I hold it in my hand like ether, and it goes just as quickly. You can make it into a solid and then teach me how to do the same. I will be in your debt, and I will build a small shrine on the hill to you, near my dead parents.
Whoa.
It's just a matter of syncing them so they've both got the same beats per minute.
Right? Yeah. And that is not as easy as it sounds.
Got beer hiccups.
Literally.
That's how it goes, dude. You got the beer hiccups.
Buff video. Buff
and
way.
you're just like,
I was going for the buff way.
You try to sing Ozzy Osbourne with the beer hiccups. And it just sounds fucking ridiculous.
He's so self-conscious about it. You fight through it. That's all you do.
Right now I'm jamming Desire by Ozzy Osbourne.
The text there said, "Wow, I was born."
Born.
Wow. Yeah, wow, I was born.
It's from Tarman. Shabby, I don't suppose you know who Tarman is, because I don't.
I was doing what I wanted to be. I knew for sure.
Foreign. The last time I've seen Foreign was literally in Buff's music videos.
Hey, I want it all. It's alright. It's okay. You don't know, like I know.
Had you frozen a little bit. Now you're moving. We can all see you sniffing your nose.
Oh, be cool. Hey, baby. The same old desire.
Desire.
Nothing's same. Burning like fire. You would take my name in vain, oh yeah.
Imagine you pay $70 extra to go into the champagne room of the strip club, and this is what they give you.
God damn it, I heard my voice cracking through the headphones. That sounded like shit!
Jesus.
Oh, calm down. Calm down, dude. Whoa.
He's mad.
Tom,
Please don't
return
have
to your
a face.
happy place. Return to your happy place.
Be a new young,
What? Okay. Yep.
He got over it.
Good
He
shit.
centered himself pretty quickly. He went to a dark
that
place,
rapid
didn't he?
swing's not necessarily a good thing, though.
Yeah. We don't think about that in the Cove house.
I'm not speaking from personal experience either.
All I'm gonna say is have an emergency bag ready.
The same old desire.
He's not even looking at the camera. He's looking through the camera.
Burning like
That's
fire. Burning my name in vain.
So,
No
I got
desire.
a stream schedule, Zeb.
Nothing same.
Yep. And you gotta leg it.
Yeah, but Red Eye's here, and he's like way better than me, so that's all that matters.
It's
Okay.
okay, Cobes. You see, we brought you on mostly because I wanted to.
What the hell? I wanted another kid.
I know, but you're gonna have
I
to
want
use
more
someone
child
else.
support.
Hey,
This is
hey, hey.
fucked up.
All
I'm
I'm gonna
mad.
all I'm gonna say is you and John Morgan need to have a long conversation.
I don't know. Maybe a couple minutes. But
I,
yeah, I'll
oh
tell
no,
him about the
a
AIDS.
couple of minutes with John, huh? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, at
That's how
most.
that works. Yeah.
Yeah, till he starts talking. All right, later, guys.
Take
I'll
care,
miss you
blue
guys.
balls. Blue
Kisses.
balls, blue balls. We'll miss you.
Fucking thank God he's gone. Jesus Christ. That's
He almost
scrub.
held us back. Good thing it's you, me, and Cobes now. Cobes, I'll dump this Australian asshole soon. Don't leave me, please. Yeah, so, Red, we've got to go over here now. Oh, let me reform you. Have you ever been the third wheel in a situation that they didn't have the balls to tell you with that you were the third wheel? And they kind of like tried to shimmy you off.
Oh, when I was younger, that probably happened a lot of times, and I was just oblivious to it because I was so high.
Fair enough, but was there ever a case where you actually were aware of it and no one said anything, but everyone knew? They're like, "Oh God, the car can't take everyone," and everyone kind of shuffles around their feet, and you went like, "That's all right, I'll see you later," and you wander off.
Yeah, probably back in high school. That's where I learnt that lesson of reading the room a bit better.
Mm.
But yeah, as soon as I get even a itch saying, "Oh, I think that," yeah, I try and disappear and not be that problem. I've been
True.
very self-conscious about that. It's just, because why make everyone else's fucking day shitty if it's just like, yeah. So as an adult, I've been pretty good with it. As a kid, I was probably not aware of it
For
as much. And
me, in my case, it wasn't, I think, a matter of malice. I think it was a genuine matter of like just the picking the short straw. But I won't lie, I took it a little bit negatively. My issue though was I was very self-aware of after the fact people bent over backwards to try to make up for it. The weirdest thing was in college that happened to me once. We literally there wasn't enough people in to fit in the car. I'm not exactly a svelte person anyway. People like the girls were I'm sure you've had this situation in a small car. The girls would literally sit on top of the guys. Like they would kind of like scoot
yeah,
on top. Yeah, yeah. It's not even that it's sexual unless they like the guys. You could tell which guys they liked because they want to sit on top of those particular ones. But
yep,
they like I was told like, oh sorry man, like we can't take you, and I'm like, oh that's fair. And yeah, that felt pretty shitty. But then I noticed for the next 3 weeks, everyone dropped their seats, so I went like alone for 3 weeks straight back to my front door, my original like my house in Swords, every day for 3 weeks. And I was like, eventually, why are you doing that? And they said, we felt really bad. We thought like you'd take that really personally. And the thing was, I did take it personally and I moped. And then I realized that's what they feared, a mope. And at that point, it shows two different divergence of personality. One group would take that mope and use it as a weapon. The other would go, is that all you had to worry about? Yeah, I felt a little bit sad about it. I got over it. Years later, I still use that. Like, I still use that thing. Like, yeah, I felt a little bit bad. So what? Who cares? Let's get going on with it. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not the end of my world. It's not an end of your world. It's like one of those weird moments in life. Now I bring this up in particular because Cobes, you think he has that sort of self-reflection.
times I would say yes. It would depend. I'd say his mental state isn't the best. Kind of. I'm just hello from Crazy Town, so one sees a kinfolk and they know it's kinfolk, so he's not a well boy. He self-medicates with a lot of different substances, as we can see right here. Not to the best effect. But I'd say that he has times of absolute clarity and self-reflection, but then he gets fucking really high and he forgets those lessons. And I am guilty as sin for doing the exact
We
same
all
fucking
are.
thing.
Like you actually want to see what the graveyard is in my room right now of the alcohol. This is the alcohol that I have here that I've drank over the course of the day. Like
Oh, that's on screen. My bad. That's not counting the stuff I had in the pub. So since noon, it is actually over 12 hours now. Holy fuck! I suddenly realized that we are at 9 bottles of beer, three of those gin shots. I've had 3 pints actually, and yeah, let's keep going.
Oh, mate, I can't even tell that you've fucking had that much to drink. I'll just tell you right now, if I had that much to drink in the last hour, I would be out fucking cold.
I'm sometime. Well, I'm hardly fucking sober, but I'm noticing in 1,000 different ways. But yeah, I'll admit, like, it's all about the pacing, right? That's the thing. Cobes needs the fucking micro break. He needs to go and lay down for a nap. I was genuinely prepared tonight to do the watch party. I realized around about 9 or 10. It's not going to happen tonight, but tonight is the big anything goes of the week. I'm going to need this just because I have to do the exact same thing I did for the past 2 days for the next 2 days. And a half, 2 days and a half. So I'm enjoying the fact I don't have to game if I don't want to game, and I don't have to worry about streaming at any particular time. That's why, and I hate to say it here, folks, the watch party, at the very least, is pushing back to next week. Because, not next week, tomorrow. I apologize, it's a big difference right there. That's solo. Come on. Where am I? Where was I? What was I doing? Here we are.
Alcohol.
Alcohol. The major issue that I have is just everyone's timetable is crazy. Then I have to calculate in sleep and drink. So we can do all this tomorrow without the drink factor. We can still watch the movies. The movies are right here ready to go. I'm looking forward to it. But everyone's timetables are all vastly different. Red, if you don't know, the subscribers for my Twitch, they get to join me for a watch party twice a month over on Discord. The only problem is everyone has their own timetable, so we have to find a sort of nice little medium that works for everyone. It doesn't always pan out. And tonight is an example of that. On top of it all, like I was also doing the Endless Week party, and I've been drinking. I'm just out of the pub. I did an IRL stream out of the fucking pub. I'm not exactly the most sober. So the movies can wait until tomorrow. I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. And apparently, I just checked the Discord. No one else is either. So I do appreciate that. I didn't say it there. I'll say it now. You guys have always been very good to me.
I can see that there's a large mob in chat. They're apparently not giving a fuck. And there's a large mob of people outside my house not giving a fuck about that either. So
yeah, so it's not the end of the
I
world.
think it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
That's the thing. Like, I don't want to wake up tomorrow and feel like all good alcoholics. Even if I've had the best night in the world, I'll wake up tomorrow and feel like I've had the worst. Case in point, when I was in Canada, I had my first ever three-way. I woke up the next morning surrounded by free alcohol because they also plied me with booze. I'm a great example of a party favor, so to speak, The girls saw me, they picked me off, they used me, and then the next morning I woke up and I still felt guilty. What the fuck did I have anything to feel guilty over? I succeeded in the masculine light, in the life. Like I had fulfilled the tech tree. I had done it. It's all over. And I still felt guilty about it. But that's just the way people who drink a lot feel. Cobes every morning wakes up and feels guilty. That's probably why he rushed to delete this stream. I would have fucking owned this shit and was like, yeah, that was a bit weird, wasn't it? That was a bit fucking weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was all over the place. Maybe I should take a week off the booze. Like hell, you were here the last time I said that when I did the I was on it when we met when we I was talking to you last when I was shit faced. I was on a bender for 3 days of I wasn't eating even anything. It was nothing but Bailey's and Fireball for 3 days. That was it. Like
Yeah,
obviously I was absolutely smashed. Beyond
yeah,
smashed. It's
yeah.
gonna
Oh, look, Krendar and I, we twigged what was going on, and I was having a great time because, like I said, there's not many drunks that I can handle being around, and you're a happy drunk. So Shab.
I
Shab
try to
doesn't. You
be.
don't get nasty. There's a lot of people that, and I'm guilty. I can get nasty real quick when I drink, which is
Yeah.
why I don't drink very often, and I don't drink heavily at all anymore. Like I'll have a few drinks, and I'll get what I like to call a nice shine up and get all glowy, warm in the face, and that's it. I cut myself off at that point because if I keep going, I what's that old saying? Instant asshole, just add alcohol. That's me. So I limit myself. It's just I've got to admit that alcohol is not a good and rocket fuel for me. It's like no, because I explode a lot. Just and for no good fucking reason too. So why do that to the people around me that I like? So I chose
Right?
several years ago. Well, I bought that bottle of fucking Aurora vodka. It's still it's barely down to the eyebrow. That's been sitting there for 4 years. The bottle of Southern Comfort that I bought 2 years ago at Christmas, it's just hit the label, and my bottle of bourbon isn't. It's probably had 4 drinks out of it in 3 years. So there you go. But I smoke weed allegedly
I was gonna ask, like,
often.
when you go to countries that's completely like legal, so you don't have anything to worry about. I was wondering, like, you probably smoke a little bit of weed, or maybe even partake of something a little more psychedelic. Um, I think more power to you. For me, it's actually the reverse because I can live in a country where I can say the following. I smoke weed when it's offered to me at parties. No one gives a fuck. Um, I can like literally just be like, yeah, no, thanks. Maybe I'll have a puff of a joint. And the reason I'll have it is because it's a nice buzz when it's light. But for me, I'm too much in my own skull. Time starts to warp a little bit. It's not as fun as it is for others. That's not to say I haven't had fun times on weed. Uh, Claire and I, next time we're on stream, because we're going to be on stream again, or we might even be on stream or at least on video together for the American trip. At least the opening part of it, because she wants to treat me to the Korean or the Mongolian. I forget which one it is. I think it's a Korean barbecue place that I did the Paddy's Day. Bill, if you're in the chat, you were the only probably person here who was watching that. Was it the Korean or was it the Mongolian? I think it was Korean. Anyway, the point.
Mongolian barbecue is legit, dude.
Oh, both of those. I've had
Yeah.
both of those. I just don't remember which one it was. Claire and I, it's kind of our go-to place for years now. Ever since first of all, she became a vegetarian, then she became a vegan, and they provide like both of those. But one year on Paddy's Day, I was staying with her, and we went out, and yeah, I just tried to do a live stream from it. We got about maybe half an hour of footage it was really bad quality. My phone was shit, and the signal was buffered. Because can you imagine Dublin is kind of packed on Paddy's Day, so Wi-Fi
No,
signals, yeah,
really?
yeah, big shop,
No.
yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of.
surely there's not a lot of people out celebrating that particular day in that particular spot. No.
Why would they do that? It was it.
Oh yeah.
I think the meal, it's all you can eat for 15, and then they get you on the drinks. So you're smart and you only order like one Coke. But I've noticed in the big crowds, they don't care if you bring your own booze. So you know, you have one big giant sippy cup. They're too busy running around serving meals. But what you gotta do is go up, get your plate, get your bowl, and start fucking mixing and matching, including the meats. Oh, the meats! It's like a clock in constant motion. There's like three chefs just constantly cutting, moving, cutting, moving, cutting, moving. Next, next. Which one do you want? Chicken. Chicken. Done, 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 done. What sauce? Szechuan. Bam, boom. Next, boom, bam, boom. Done. Sit down, eat your meal. You're like, oh, that was really nice. I'm gonna try the fucking beef next. Boom, up, up, up. If you know what the fuck you're doing, you will walk out there with more food in your stomach than your stomach knows what to do with, and all for the low, low price of, if you're really smart, 35 quid. So, and the sauces, they have 35 different sauces to pick from. You can mix and match to your
Fucking
heart
hell.
content. It's a great place. And I'm getting that for free for my birthday before the flight. So,
Well,
fuck
cool,
yeah.
dude.
Hell yeah. That was her gift. That's her gift for me. Plus, I'm for in reality, as much as I'm enjoying that, it'll be just nice to catch up with her. I haven't talked to her since Pride, um, back in the summertime when she came down, which was a nice surprise. Check out my shorts if you want to see the brief period when I filmed I filmed on the Pride. One of my better shorts. By the way, my latest short, the bird, the morning bird, now in the car park, has 1,200 like views. Like fuck's sake. I know that they want it to be Instagram and TikTok worthy. It'll never be. But the fact that I see thousands of people watching my shit is kind of really weird. Like thousands of
No,
people watching my shit is just makes no sense to me.
animal vids do really well. I don't quite get it, but I've been looking at YouTube for several years now, and you'll just come across random clips. There's one channel that does voiceovers for little animal shorts, and those guys get fucking millions of views on their shit. It's like, bloody hell. I, yeah, it's like, whatever. One thing I do know is that the fake rescue channels are not doing so well anymore, because I
Yeah.
think everyone's twigged now that all of those things are setups. Look, it's to the point where they, slight sidetrack, but this broke my heart. I saw because it's now confirmed in my head. I've seen it without a doubt. Had one of David Attenborough's photographers and cinematographers, and they did an interview with him. All of the scenes that you see are done in studio. None of that shot out in the wild at all. It's just like it's
The latest,
100% confirmed now.
yeah, if you see David, he can't be out there in the wild, can he? So
Well, it's not so much. No, he goes out on and flies out the locations and stands in the middle of the whatever forest and says. But when you see a predator animal jumping like say a scorpion nailing a whatever, that's not in that environment. They're in a studio somewhere, and the cinematographer has made a little set that mimics that environment, and he's
when,
shooting with all of
since
his lighting.
what, since because he's been doing this since the 50s. So what decade did that start to come over? Because he couldn't have done
I'm
that.
not sure.
Yeah, it probably had to do with his age and just like the fact that he couldn't be like on set constantly. I mean, look, by the time I imagine he is 70s, that shit just was just not practical anymore. Even if he just stayed in like the base camp. I imagine the base camp doesn't have very like comfortable chairs or a defibrillator because he's on a defibrillator now, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think what the thing is that when they do the scenes with the animals, I'm not sure when they, because I know Steve Irwin, for instance, he would really control what was being filmed. So he would do short bursts of filming with each critter. Like when he was doing the segment on the fear snake, which is the Western taipan, arguably the world's most venomous snake. He'd have a couple of fear snakes on standby, but he'd handle one for 5 to 10 minutes tops, and then let that snake rest, and the next snake would come out, and he wouldn't film during certain time to really try and not stress the animals out. But he did that out in their environment, whereas a lot of these other animal documentaries that you see, shit's not even out there. Like I said, the latest lot of Attenborough stuff, it's not David that's not out there. All the scenes with the critters going after each other, that's usually done in a controlled set environment in a studio.
Yeah.
Obviously not cheetahs and stuff, but I'm talking the smaller insects and spiders and other things that you can handle. Like, obviously, you're not going to be able to fake a cheetah on the Serengeti fucking running
I
full
was
sprint and
thinking the
chasing a
way,
gazelle down.
like eventually, by the way, eventually
They can
they
CGI
will.
that shit eventually. Yeah, exactly. They'll just deep fake that shit. So I was like, oh my
And
God,
you know what
look at
else?
that cheetah bring
No
down there.
one,
Oh,
you know what their argument will be? It will be a threefold argument, and some of it will be 100% valid. Number one, so long as it's scientifically accurate, who cares? No, because either way, whether you're seeing it to be real or CG, it doesn't matter. Number two, we're not interfering with them in real life. We're not going out and sticking a camera in their faces. We have nothing to do with them. We're leaving them be. And number three, it'll last longer. 100 years from now, we can recreate the exact same shot, even if the cheetah species dies off. And there's some arguments to be made about that. Like, so long as we've understood at one point a creature called the cheetah existed, at the end of the day, this might be all that's left of the cheetah. I mean, there's the Thessalian from Thessalon from the Tasmania. That weird combination of like hyena and dog, with its out.
Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, that's the one. But I mean, like, I've seen it like called something else, and I can never pronounce it. But yeah, that's well extinct now, except for the few still images that we have of it from like photography. Did that animal ever exist? Yes. Photography will one day be the only thing left of it, including its bones. It's kind of scary.
A thylacine is the name
Thank
that you're
you.
thinking
Thank
of.
for that. Or the
Right, so
Zor.
there's actually footage of the last remaining one that was in, is it Adelaide Zoo? I can't remember, but that was the last one. And guess what they just fucking found about 3 weeks ago? For decades, the remains of that thylacine were missing. It's like, we don't know what happened. They just found its hide, because they tanned the hide of it, rolled up in a cupboard. It had been there for 80 fucking years. There he is. That's the thylacine. So wait until this fucker opens his mouth.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Look at that shit. Like, how fucking cool would it have been to have these as pets? Would have been so fucking cool. Because that's the answer to saving a lot of these species, is actually domesticating them, turning them into pets.
Right.
If you're fair income about saving the species, it's like, you know why chickens are so fucking successful as a species, and they're now all over the planet? Because we took an interest in them, and we like eating their fucking eggs.
Cows will be another one. Sheep. Anything that we eat that in theory.
Horses.
Yeah, so that there was one that was used briefly. It wasn't a horse and it wasn't a zebra. It was used as a beast of burden, as a sort of novelty item when back in the day of horse and carriage, but it eventually was bred out. What's it called? It's like a horse. It's like a zorse, but it's not a zorse. It's dead now.
Well,
I forget what it's called.
so how does this work? The horse with a donkey, that's how you get mules, and mules can't breed. So, and then you get other hybrids or chimeras or whatever you want to call them, where they're
Yeah.
It's
Like
kind of like how
like a
apparently,
liger, for example, would be
yeah,
an
and polar bears are apparently breeding with
with
brown
brown
bears.
bears and
Yeah,
grizzlies, yeah, because of course they're being pushed more and more.
and here's something interesting. Just on a note of all this stuff, they just discovered that in Australia there's a distinct species of false killer whales. They've been taking DNA samples, and they're different enough from the others around the world that they've just been declared their own species. These fucking real, and they're basically just big ass dolphins.
It's got
They're
the
really
head of
cool.
a zebra and some zebra-like stripes. But the latest addition to a German safari park isn't a zebra, it's a zorse. Meet a Kleeser, the offspring of a female zebra and a male horse. But even in the world of crossbreeds, a Kleeser is unusual. Zorses, or zebroids as they're also known,
Zebroids. That's like a slur.
are normally produced when a zebra stallion mates with a horse mare, and zorses are usually stripy all over. A Kleeser, who's just over a year old, was born in Italy, but is now settling into her new home in a German safari park. But vet Heiner Vorballer says a Kleeser will never be accepted by the zebras in the park, so they're looking for a male pony to share a Kleeser stall.
She'll get a boyfriend, as we hope it might be possible to crossbreed again, but also so she doesn't have to stand here alone.
Oh.
But it's unlikely a Kleeser will produce some baby zorses, as zebroids, like other crossbreeds such as mules, are usually sterile.
Oh. That went sadder than I expected. The last white rhinos, yeah.
Yeah, that depresses me a great deal. That story. It's just like, at this point, I'm really missing Spice Cobes because now I'm thinking about the sad story. It's fucking.
All right, I was thinking of wait, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? CGB terrible. Why zebras are terrible horses? He couldn't have posted this today. He couldn't have posted 6 years ago. Yeah, I knew it. I didn't think we had that much luck. All right, let's watch something positive, and then I'm gonna say goodbye to you, and then I'm gonna do the Sleepy Boy stream. Don't get me wrong.
No worries, mate.
No worries indeed. If you want to still chill, I can't talk to you, but I can pop. You can pop into the chat. In fact, I'm going to not even end the stream because it's only been 3 hours. So yeah.
Well, no, when you're ready to put your head down, mate, I'll jump out here and just watch the stream with the rest of the folks, dude. But
awesome.
Always a pleasure hanging out, dude. So
let's have a look first of all at this, because this is like, this is 2 months ago. I don't like the new layout of fucking Twitter. I don't like the new layout of Twitter, but I don't like the new layout of YouTube. I can't follow it. Like, it seems that like every once in a while it's like a few days, a few months, and then a few days again. Like, it's weird. Here, this is the least. We didn't watch this one.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Bro, not much is spilled yet, just drive careful.
I've seen this and it's staged. It's 100% staged, but it's still pretty good.
This guy wanted to test out the automatic parallel parking feature on his car.
Dang, it's going too fast!
Would you become immortal if it meant everything you could eat or drink tasted like ash? Well, if I was immortal, then all I'd ever have to deal with is being hungry, but there's already hunger suppressants in the world. But here's the thing. I'm now immortal, so I don't need that. So anything I do would be out of enjoyment. So everything I take would be drugs. That would be it. All you'd have to do is take drugs from there on out. And not even have to take them. They would just add a bit of spice. It's like that scene from the Vampire Chronicles, where they get the people super drunk first, and then they suck on their blood. They get high as fuck. Like, kind of the same thing. Like, you wouldn't care if your food you ate was shit. It was like shit tasting. if you could kind of like glide through the universe, whee. You have to lose everything else too, like not being able to enjoy the sun, or not being able to enjoy the passions of a lover, or not being able to sleep and dream, not being able to have sensation on your skin. There'd be 1,000 different things.
Yeah, no, I'll pass on the immortality.
Immortality, yes. Long life, no. 500 years with a death button when I feel like it, yes. Piggy wants death. Oh,
So
fuck.
apparently newborn babies can talk now.
It's almost like having a fully grown boar is probably not your best friend.
Are you mad?
This is how to make a paper popper.
Oh. No! Oh no! That dog is regretting its ancestors sitting by the caveman fire at that point.
This cat was absolutely flabbergasted at how good this cleaning tool is.
Yeah, the Hoover takes out some hair. Wheel Milo.
Oh, okay.
Oh no!
Outstanding.
That was me.
That sums up my life. That just sums up my existence right there. That's beautiful.
That was me with my headphones last night. The light was pretty bad, so you guys probably couldn't see it. But there was a moment where I kind of like lift the headphones up and you just hear, ow! I just dropped them on my eye. Like, crunk! I'm like, oh, okay, they go over here.
The student driver could not figure out why the car wouldn't move.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It's the car's still off.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
I saw what the problem. I guessed what the problem was. That, or else she wasn't putting her fucking foot to the damn pedal. Gee, I wonder why it wasn't moving. Hedgehog. Which I only found out fairly recently. Well, I found out years ago. All hedgehogs do not like me. Like, they do not. Yeah, every hedgehog I've ever met looks at me and goes, keep, and backs into their little nest that everyone has, like, built for them. And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know what to think about that. Other animals are okay with that. Cats, dogs, whatever. But hedgehogs, no, they didn't like me.
What have you done to offend the nation of hedgehogs? We've got to get to the bottom of this.
I guess I died a lot when I played Sonic games.
That's what I'm thinking. You left too many gold rings behind.
Hey, whenever I see Sonic's face with his giant open mouth and his arms open wide, the internet ruined me, and I'm like, keep that to the Rule 34's forums there, Sonic.
Little dude.
But here's the other thing I noticed. Well, this is much recent. In medieval times, in Britain, they used to say, so low the hedgehog will not eat you. Like, the hedgehog was considered, in their minds, the lowest of the low. Which I thought was very fascinating, because you see snails everywhere on their manuscripts, the monks, but you never see hedgehogs. And, like, for the longest time, hedgehogs were considered, like, because they look like movable shrubs, they're liars. That's what the medieval monks thought. That's what the ancient Anglo-Saxons thought. Like, after the Romans left, they're an idea that they're a trickster animal. Like, you're a rat, but you have spikes on your back that hurt you, but at the distance you look like a little shrub. You can't be trusted. It's just a weird, like, social zeitgeist that no one would make the connection of today. until you like read it and you process it and you go like, that's what medieval peasants thought about hedgehogs? Okay. Meanwhile, you are a great example, and I'm a great example of someone. When we think of hedgehogs today, we're like, "Oh, they're so cute and snuggly. I want to poke the little belly. I want to poke the." But of course, if a hedgehog saw me, it would kind of scarper and run. Apparently, grumble, grumble. Ah!
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yep. Weird comparison when you hear what I actually was meant to say. Vosh said that that's what he has to do for his cats. Yeah, you gotta rub the lotion. No! No, 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 no. You don't give clothes to dogs, okay?
Time to sit, yeah?
This is what a sunset in Greenland looks like during the summer. This time-lapse was taken between 10 a.m. and 4 a.m. That's the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys again very soon.
Just go along the horizon.
Later.
Yep, it never dips. It goes just a little bit lower, a little bit higher, and that's it. It's fucking scary when you think about it. But to people who live up in that way, that's how they view time. Like, you ever like hear how like the Sami people actually like express time? They don't do it in day and night. What's day and night but weeks? You know? Months, years. Well, not years, but they go by months rather than days.
Yeah, it gets light up there and stays light for a while, and then they sort of have night and day, and then it's night for a while, and then all the vampires come out and fuck everything up. Damn vampires.
Well, I would actually think would it be really worth it that half the year you're staying on the ground rather than like a much more manageable, like a little bit every day? Like, what would be better for vampires? That far up or far? Actually, you know what the best one would be? The dark side of the moon. They don't need air. All they need is people. So if they can find a way to lure humans out, you know,
they'd probably enjoy the lower gravity too up there.
Hell yeah! Imagine they're already incredibly fast. Like, oh no, they jump off and they go too far and they'd fly off out of the orbit of the moon and just vanish. What a nightmare! Forever floating in space without any chance of drinking blood or dying. Just float, and you couldn't even scream, there's no air. Oh, there's a nightmare experience. This is a vampire like, the best you could hope for, you're one of those vampires that turns to stone if you're not drinking enough blood. Ooh, right? Again, with such a... No, we can't end it on a bad note. Has to be a good note. Let me see. Not Gucci's, that'll end badly. Not Vosh, for a whole lot of reasons. Cult, yeah, no, bad. Anime will get copyrighted. Kitty with threatening auras. How threatening are we?
Yeah, this is good. I love this one.
Oh shit. I've had this done to me in Ohio. They had a cat and the cat wanted to judge every inch of my soul.
Jesus Christ.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, it's a turd. See, look, it's looking straight at him, and it knows. It's just, yeah, I'm being a turd. So fucking what? I'm a cat. And I bought my missus that book, and everything in it is true.
You know the owner put a bit of catnip or something in there. Oh, have you ever watched cat cams? They are scary. Cats live a very active life. Like, they travel miles if you give them an inch. And when they run across another cat, it's usually, well, we've all heard it. We've all gone to sleep and then we hear like, we've all heard that shit. But we've never, if you have like cat cams, you actually get to see it, and those fuckers, they demand respect from their fellows.
That is a demon.
Yep.
Now I'm remembering that video where the cat sounds like he's going, Long Johnson.
Robert Johnson! I remember that one. Robert Johnson! This is actually the video I was thinking of like, this cat starts like chasing the cat, and every time the cat wants to run away, it keeps following it. It's got like a vindictive streak. You could say it learned it from us. Nah. Nature is just incredibly, inherently brutal for brutal's sake. And it keeps following him. He won the fight twice now. He's going for round 3. Just goes at it again. Because why the fuck not? Human, your ancestors in Egypt built great obelisks dedicated to me. You have done not this. It is time for that to change. Kitty. I miss my kitty. Hi. Nothing to see here, human. Get along doing human things like destroying the ozone layer and eating processed foods. I will be totally fine.
The cat's looking sinister, and it's playing its own theme music at that point. That's great.
A foodie without telling me that your cat is a foodie. I'll go first.
What?
Bro, chill.
Yep.
Open the door, or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
Don't look at me like that again, please.
Why would he say that to Jeff Holiday the way he said it?
Hey, let me see how you were looking at me when I wasn't even looking at you. Are you gonna kill me?
Yes.
Oh shit! Yes, yes. Your cat is planning to murder you. You are going to be found dead in the morning with no face, because the cat's going to eat your fucking face as well. That cat's pissed.
Yeah, that cat should have Sideshow Bob's voice. Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, it just looks and goes, ooh.
Who needs wallpaper? Oh shit. A dog would understand. A cat does understand and simply does not give a fuck. Like, you show the dog the image of what it just did and was like, bulldog, and the dog is like, "Urgh." The cat just looks at it and goes, yeah, I fucked it up. I'll probably even fuck it up again. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Yeah.
Kitty. Oh, small. Oh, I've seen this one. This is good. Blip.
Cat's on the nib. Oh, that's tweaking.
Cat disappear, cat disappear, cat. No, it's true if it sticks one arms up. It's true.
No, it's meow mix. Try again.
Fuck your capitalism. Oh, fuck. That cat's gonna do more than eat you. No, you fool! Wop, wop. Dick. Fucking dick.
Yeah, cats are dicks.
Beautiful dick. One of the prettiest cats I've seen today, but still.
Pat me for 2 seconds. I will now bite you.
Yep. What was the point of that? Why did you bite? No, you want head pats.
I let you pat for 0.35 seconds and bite.
Do it. Do it. We all know you're going to do it at this point. Come on. There you go. That face says run. Fascinating. I never would have thought it went that far. Oh yeah, watch the program that tracked the territory of a household cat. Yeah, BBC had them at one point. I think it was BBC 4, aka the channel that all the loser shows are thrown onto, and one of which was like a family brings their cat in and it kind of tracks them. It just, yeah, like they have a massive, because like the cat, when they see it, is like this lounging fat motherfucker who just like, oh, she's just likes to pets and to sleep in the sun and things like that. And they're like, well, here's her collar, and here's her collar with the little camera. And yeah, she goes on like magical adventures and gets railed by like 50,000 other cats and fights 50,000 other cats more. If you turned that into a saga of Game of Thrones, you'd make all the money.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like that's a pirate story right there. Like all you need is like the cat to steal the kibble and bits from other cats while wearing an eye patch, and suddenly you've got a cat pirate.
Yeah, just call the show Catpocalypse. Done.
There you go.
Well,
All
listen,
right.
mate.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on the show, dude. I really appreciate it. I'm going to bugger off now. Thanks to chat for hanging out, and always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure.
You too, man. And if you see that Shabisky dude, tell him I still want to fucking play Warzone. Maybe next week if he is available, but right now I've got the week to deal with. Speaking of, I've got to deal with the horrors of setting up the room for tonight's stream. So, see ya.
All right, mate. See you later. Whee!
Bye. And he goes into the mist of time and space, and perhaps even memories. Hope not. All right. While I might not be as shit-faced as the last time he had that great conversation with me, I am still a little bit jarred, and I am ready for some slumber. Even with lumber. So let's rotate this shit. Don't worry, there will be zero Wizard of Oz tonight, because I will not process that shit in the state I'm in. I'm gonna actually finish this beer first and then rotate this all over. I can have more beer. I've got a few more drinks to crack open if I want. If not, I have it tomorrow. And I have and I have other stuff to watch. So we're all good. I will say though, this is the end of traditional streaming. So if you do not like my sleeping streams, you won't like what's coming next. It is now 3.5 hours. I can sleep for as long as I feel like, I guess. But I have to make sure that I do not, you know, break the bonds of reality that are the 12-hour mark on Twitch. Pretty good stream. I feel like it's over. It's not over. I'm only halfway there. We have Thursday and Friday. Now, again, I do apologize if you guys want, if someone's watching right now who wanted to do the watch party today, we can do it tomorrow. I mean, look at me. I'm ready for bed. And you guys need your own special time. Say that condescendingly, I mean that literally. Like, you gotta actively, like, get your own time. So I'll give you that. Tomorrow, when I'm awake. In the meantime, I gotta find my phone. I'm actually gonna put this in the cupboard because I don't know why half a open bag of fucking bread is fucking there. Change it. By the way, the burger was okay, but as I pointed out, the nuggies were passable at best. Frozen nuggies, by the way, poor. In fact, forget that. In hindsight, I should have picked up the wraps. Wait, I'm gonna bring the bag in here. I'm back in a minute. I came in right out of the pub to do this. So all my stuff has just been sitting here in a room, very, very warm. No milk here. Butter is. Ooh, I'm gonna get a hell of a breakfast. Yeah. Glass of the chocolate. So far. Alright. I don't think tonight I have to worry about having something to drift off to. I still don't know where my bloody phone is. There it is. Jesus. It's nearly 4 hours now. Yeah. Alright. Now, instead of drifting off to sleep going like, oh god, I can't see anything, I need to go and keep the lights on tonight. Much like the girl who's lost 10 pounds and feels like that cellulite won't be noticed by a guy who she thinks cares or admires her. As it turns out, it's the worst thing she could have done, because now he will judge her, then judge himself that he can't get a top tier alpha bitch, and then he proceeds to think himself, is he actually homosexual? And then he calls her all the insults, mostly through passive aggressiveness, because she has not done anything technically to him. And then he starts buying Andrew Tate videos, and then she starts drinking and actually does cheat on him with a black guy, not because he was black, or maybe not the main reason, but just something, you know, something to feel close who will not judge, when in reality she was using him for her for like some sort of like legalese to get into the country, and then also to rob her, and she ends up losing $5,000, and they end up getting both arrested for trying to break into a friend's house. He gets his probation. He gets 5. The end. Wow, that was really bleak. What is it? The world where you click like, share, and subscribe. That's just really sad. I need that sort of validation in my, like alcohol and girls sending me clothes and pictures with themselves with no clothes on them. Yes, I'm sleeping in my damn jeans. They have to go into the wash anyway, so fuck it. I don't have to put on the I got the alcohol in me, so I don't need to worry about doing stupid things like filling up a bottle of water. Water? Water's cold. Cold water doesn't matter. You need hot water. Yeah, but you can get hot water put in. Yeah, a water bottle. What a stupid idea. No, what you need is a hot bed. Too bad there's no such thing as a hot bottle. God, I should be a millionaire by my incredible ideas. Ugh.
want to make sure. Scoot. Everything's going into the wash in the morning, so it doesn't matter what I'm wearing as long as it's warm. I'm gonna finish this beer, and then I think I'm just gonna call it. So let's watch something. Where's it? Put it under the bedding. That makes all the sense. No. Maybe I should stamp on it a few times just to make sure. Right. Now tomorrow I'm going to make up for the fact that I didn't game that much by gaming that much. I'll take a huge chunk, if even finishing Doom 3. Oh shit, I owe you shaving my skull. Oh, I'll give that to you tomorrow. I've got a whole bottle of I've actually still got a large quantity of booze and more money if I want to spend it. I really shouldn't. There's no need. Go out on New Year's Eve and get it, but I've got like I've got a bottle of fucking Morgan's right there. What? That's not gonna do me? Bullshit. It's oddly very specific. I've told people this before. I create worlds. They're not always good worlds. Like the book I always wished I could write was a book where over the course of 50 or 60 years, maybe even 2 generations, so 90, the heroes grow up and they fight the evil and they rally the world and they gather the artifacts, and over the years they go from children to young adults to men and women. They fall in love and they fall out of love and there's betrayals and all that shit, and then at the moment of truth they fail. Not because of betrayal, not because of some sort of cheat that the evil guy has. The evil guy is simply better. He is destined to win. And the evil guy is as evil can be. I'm talking about children on poles, demons. He's in like a black suit of armor and says next to nothing. And not in a sense of like, oh, he's too powerful, we gotta fight him. There's no epic battle. He might occasionally appear on a hill. Increasingly, as the book series, because I can imagine that the only way you could do it justice would be a series of books, would go on, would be slowly, you start listening, you start seeing like the evil side, so to speak. First, the invading army, and then the people who live under their rule, and have to listen to their rules, and have to obey their rules, and have to raise their children under their rules. And it gets more and more abstract in what's the good guy and the bad guy. Because at this point, these doomed souls are holed up in like the last fortress on the last island that is not controlled. It's kind of like Tyranny from Paradox, who I've streamed a few times, and I'd like to actually finish the game at some point. It's a great idea, but I don't want there to be an option where the good guy is actually secretly dead at the last minute. But no, I want everything we consider to be evil to win, and win hard. And I want characters to survive and deal with this and process it. What's it like to live in a world where you gave it all and it wasn't enough? And because it wasn't enough,
everyone suffers. What if that's a character who always feels guilty of every small action they do? How would that influence them if they still survived at the end of it? Like, that's the book I always want to do. I love the, like I've told this, I've also loved the idea, like when I'm sleeping, I'm drifting off to sleep, I've got this idea of like a spaceship pilot who, you know, he's in an old ramshackle ship and he's just messing around with the controls and he's talking to his AI who, because he's lonely and because he never had the luxury of time to make a relationship with a woman, he's resorted to buying an AI that looks and acts like a sexy woman. But kind of like that scene from Blade Runner, the sequel to Blade Runner. Like, there's so many nuances in life. That's the key thing. 40k is one of my main to go to like book series, and I just don't care about it the same way anymore because I know what real decent writing is like, and 40k has a lot of decent writing, but they don't put their A game into every 40k book, and some of them just aren't A game writers. I'm not going to say which is which, other than to say that Dan Abnett was always the star, like, runner of the entire Black Library. Everyone else did not count. Like, you would have really big names in like the comic book injury. What the fuck is up with my voice today? Jesus Christ. I've been doing this since before I was drinking, so there's no excuses. But like, Black Library has some really like generic. A lot of the Primarchs aren't people, they're just concepts. I don't like that shit. But Warhammer Fantasy has people in it. Dirt in their fingernails. Kissing in a fucking alleyway. Human beings. Big names too. As I always say, like, Warhammer Fantasy, there was more value to there was more risk at a village of like 150 people falling to the beast herds than ever a planetary system falling to the Tyranids. Who cares? It's the 40k universe. But then they threw in the end times and everything did actually fall apart, and I like elements. A good first try, the end times. Take this out, take that out, take this out, out. Put those things to one side and go, I'll keep you for next time. But that's my opinion of the end times. Most people agree with me. Actually, that's what we should watch. We should watch some fucking Warhammer Fantasy. Like the real world? Like the real world. I want to see a setting fantastical and real. I don't care, like, hello, I'm the Blue Wizard. I have come from the College of Wizards. Who pays for the college? Oh, it's done by the Lord's taxes. Is that increased upon the tax of the peasants? Or the merchants? Oh, the merchants don't have to pay for that, mostly. Oh, good. So does that increase the levy on fees on shipped goods into the city? You're being very specific, because I'm a very specific person. How does this world work? Make me believe this. Game of Thrones, George R. R. Martin said it best. Like, Aragorn might have been a great king, but what was his tax policies? How did he handle criminals? Did he handle criminals, or did he have, like, magistrates? How were those magistrates? What families did they come from? Was it a meritocracy, or did they come from good families with good breeding? You know, yeah. human beings are inherently stupid, and we have stupid ideas like, oh well, genealogy and shit, wealth. It's very, it's very telling when a society that it's meant to be very depth. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft does a lot of really big world building, very big concepts, but it doesn't do things like explain how Azeroth paid for its armies. Oh, a levy tax. Oh, okay, based on what? Does that mean at one point Azeroth was like a free feudal society? What the fuck? Everything has a history. Everything. No matter how obscure, no matter how detailed, everything around you has history. You all take it for granted, but no. I like the idea of, like, I sometimes look at my doors and I realize that's the same door frame as a Roman would have seen. Not just the door frame, but the door, like, layout with the cubed cross and then the big long rectangle and then more cubed cross. Only difference was they'd have used a different type of wood and they would have had those big circular door handles. But it's still a door. Romans would understand what that is. They'd have no fucking idea about my concepts when I'm talking about, like, workers' unions and, atheism. Well, actually, they might have a hint of atheism. That's a depressing thought. Actually, how would that affect the villain? Ever hear of suffering from success? Yes! Exactly! Give the villain what he wants and see what happens. We often write them off in the last line of dialogue as a bit of fun, being like, I don't know, I would have just thought it would have gone a bit different. They all secretly want to lose. No! I want my character to win. And I want my character to win for a very petty reason. Maybe when they were newborn that, like, a coup attempted to happen and they were smuggled out of the castle. And that was it. No gods secretly whispering in their ear, and then it turns out, whoa, it turns out that, they're actually not that bad. Bullshit. I want them to be that bad. And I want them to not care. I genuinely want my villain to be, yep, I'm a villain. I'm evil. Oh no, you're just a misunderstood. No. No. You're bowing down or else I will hurt you. That's it. There's no redeeming qualities in you. I don't know, how about those roads? Food in your belly. No more bandits. Is there any more religious wars? How about the fact that men and women can do whatever the hell they want, whenever the hell they want? All those drugs you said you couldn't have? You can. You said those people you couldn't love? You can have them. And all these things, but all the time, like, it's just this looming threat of death at any time. Hey, so your magistrate kind of forced themselves on, my daughter? Yeah, and you're fighting back? No. Well, you're here right now. Are you going to say thank you to the magistrate? Hey, magistrate, I heard you forced yourself on his daughter? Yeah. She screamed. Then I slit her throat afterwards. Oh, cool. It's great that you can actually do that because it's literally in our constitution. But I wish you could change your constitution. Well, you can't, you fucking pleb. And then they all point and laugh. Everyone points and laugh. But here's the thing. Everyone who points or laugh is not the evil lord. The evil lord, for centuries, has been locked up in his tower, glaring over the world. This is the society that he created. And they'd be considered the good guys. What's good? What's wrong? Communist wizards! What would be worse, everyone suffering under a villain's rule or everyone is erased? That's the end of the Wheel of Time. One of the questions Shaitan throws towards Ran is literally destruction of self. He obliterates everything, including himself, and Ran can barely even fathom what's happening. It's not just black around him, it's not just the void around him, it's nothingness around him. And Shaitan has the same level of interest of that as to create a world I just described about where the evil guys won. Or this really hollow world where they all thought they won, but all their goodness was taken out of them. And they're just apathetic. Everyone has whatever they want, but they just don't care. They're like, oh, hello, do I know you? That's kind of evil. And you can see behind their eyes, there's just something lacking. There's something missing. No one has a drive or a zeal, because the only reason we have a drive or a zeal is because we have to reach for something because we're lacking in something. You could argue that lacking is evil. That's why heaven is hell in its truest form. Wow, the corona's hitting me hard today, isn't it? I'm serious though. Like, heaven, you're basically brainwashed into smiling at Christ for all day, every day. You don't care, but you no longer matter. Bullshit. You are all you ever get to experience in this world. Make it matter. You know what? Since it's almost Christmas, I would love to see an anti-Rudolph. He can ever even start hero, but side with. I've seen enough footage of it that I guarantee, like enough like fan pictures that I could see it happening, given enough time. Gee, maybe you shouldn't have mocked and ridiculed me. Yeah. Oh God, and they'll scream the whores and the politicians cry out for my help. You know. Rudolph, please, you're the only one to stop the Everwinter. Really? With what? Say it! You had no problem saying it behind my back. Your nose. Just my nose? What I thought. I never told any of you I can change the color of it. Guess what happens when I change it from to black? All you start hearing is all this like demonic moaning. And all the lights in Santa's village goes out one by one. Rudolph, I never wanted it to be this way. I didn't either, Santa. But maybe it's better this way. Now you don't have to live. The toys will get delivered. Don't you worry. And all you see is like in the silhouette of the night sky with no like lights around Santa, except for a little tiny candle he's holding, with the last elves huddling around him, and these strange shimmering like people in the shadows around him. You just see in the night sky Rudolph alone pulls Santa's sleigh, and Santa's like, he fucking fell for it. Then he pulls out a gun and blows off his own head. Santa, what the hell? And then the monsters eat the elves, and then in Ragnarok it turns out that was what the prophecy had to be fulfilled. You see, we're all living on someone else's timetable. Speaking of, how about alcohol and YouTube videos before I go to sleep? Doesn't that sound sexy? Doesn't that sound erotic? No? Well, fuck you, it's my channel. I've had a good day. No donations unnoticed. And no likes, shares, and subscribes beyond the norms. Well, actually, I don't gauge that. I really should next year. I think I get about maybe if say 50 people end up watching a stream, I think about a fifth to a quarter at best end up liking it. So that's pretty good value. Yeah, that's pretty good deal. As for the donations, meh. It's all good. I will tomorrow also be partaking of alcohol. The difference is I will be also doing the gaming over on Twitch. And a very long gaming stream too. I could go 2 days if I wanted. I'm not going to, but I could. I'm gonna game for a long period of time. In particular, I want to get Doom 3 done. I don't have to get it done tomorrow, but I want to take today's worth and tomorrow's worth out of the game. Probably leaving it with one more day. It says it's 11 hours. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I might have to kick up gears, which I can do. I can do tomorrow. I can put it into high gear. And then back here for more YouTube. It's simple. It's direct. And my God, do I want right now the focus enough to make a goddamn to do a goddamn video. Raisin. Highlighting the ever-growing need for more. Meanwhile, the only content person is a 2-digit IQ and playing with a stick. Truth. Rudolph. Hey Santa. My bad. This is the perfect week to track when you get the most views. Truth. Afterwards, I will look back and look over it. I'm trying to think, what would the lowest be? Maybe the live stream I did, because I didn't advertise it that much anyway. And we need to watch something fun. So let's watch something fun. Vaush? Nuh-uh. We're not gonna watch Vaush. We're not gonna watch Milk and Jared because it's a live stream of its own accord. I will only steal DP stuff after it is uploaded. Wang? That'll make me feel ill. Every Wang story makes me feel ill. To varying degrees. Cobes, too obvious. We already watched the Cobes. Oh, Wizards and Warriors did a very cool video by the looks of it. It's just up there now. So let's watch that. Hey, how about you, when I click on you, you actually do the thing I want you to do. I'm very lazy. There they are. There it is, Star Wars time. I can't feel my fingers.
After the Battle of Hoth, the Rebel Alliance was once again defeated,
Makes you feel
and
alive.
once again was on the
Do a little
run,
skip
with
for me,
Vader
would you?
following closely in hot pursuit. But this wouldn't last
Mary
long.
Jig.
Welcome to the Wizards and Warriors channel. We're glad to have you with us as we come near the end of our series
yeah?
on the Galactic Civil War, set of course in the Star Wars universe. So, as is our custom, please get comfortable, get yourself some drinks, invite your Ewok friends, as we recount the tale of the Battle of Venusa Tor. While we'll be covering the military and political action, there are details the chronicles miss. What were the rebels eating while fleeing from Vader? They
See what I
probably
mean?
didn't have time to cook anything good, and they certainly didn't have a decent supply of ingredients coming in. But that's a problem we don't have to worry about.
What did they
thanks to our
eat?
sponsor, HelloFresh.
What
This service
shoes were
delivers
they
fresh food to
wearing?
your home with
How
no
many
waste. You get
tampons
just
did
what
they
you
get
need to
through?
make
Star
tasty
Wars
meals without
tampons are
having to find the
probably,
stuff yourself. You choose what
depending on what society and what race you're going through, are probably far more both effective and yet ineffective than today's tampons. Or do they not take tampons? Do they take a tablet that's mixed in with some water, and then the Twilight girl dances and she can get any number of unprotected, deep pulsating cream pies, and bam, no kids. Or STDs. I mean, if you're gonna have sex with Jabba the Hutt, he must have at least 50 things, right? He's over 1,000 years old.
you'll eat from 35
And while I respect the dude,
and they give you all
Boba
the
Fett has at
ingredients
least
and
3.
instructions to make the meals easily and
Han
have fun
has
doing it.
1.
They offer
His
vegetarian,
charm.
pescatarian, and fitness-focused menus too, so you can dine according to your wants and needs with all the admin taken care of for you. And it's all top-of-the-line, flavorful picks with seasonal tastes mixed in, and plenty of kid-friendly recipes too. You'll waste no more precious weeknight time sourcing and planning meals, waste no more food throwing away unused ingredients, and waste no more money on dining experiences.
Alright, I've always said about these ones that are like, you don't have to worry about food. 2 things. Number 1, the first time I ever heard about anything even remotely like this was, believe it or not, Mrs. Doubtfire. He hired a culinary service to show up and like prepare the food, which awesome, but I never actually understood. Like, I never actually understood the concept behind it until years later, where I actually worked with people who were caterers, and I'm like, oh, so outside of restaurants and food carts, people will like pay you to prepare food, and they give me long looks like, yeah, like, okay, that's weird to me, but money. But more importantly, the way he described it there, it's so heartless. Oh no, now you don't have to worry so much about preparing food or thinking about what you're going to eat. What? Number 1, how many people generally sit like an hour or 2 hours just staring at their pantry going, if only there was a better way. Bullshit. One of the finest things I can do is be like, yeah, I've got this sauce and this spice, this piece of meat, all these potatoes, and I don't know, a fucking tagliatelle or something. Let's make us a meal. And I make a meal, and it's passable, and it's really nice. But next week I can do the same with slightly different ingredients for a different effect. It's nice. It's a nice experience. I've never got that with ones like that. I need to look at the chat more and not just go off on my weird pseudo Jerry Springer-esque tangents. What's the deal with people who prepare food? No tampons needed, they use the Force. Yeah, I imagine the Jedi do use the Force for that. They probably, like, I've never seen a Jedi sneeze. I've also never seen a Jedi take a piss or a shit. In fact, does the temple have toilets? Probably does, but where are they?
This holiday season.
Hell, where were the
Do it
toilets in the
India,
Death
then
Star?
just let
There
your
was like
food come to your household,
300,000
and know that
people when they
HelloFresh
died.
are offsetting 100%
Well done,
of
Luke.
their carbon emissions, so that's taken care of too. And
Every
we have
one
a
of them was
discount for you.
evil.
Use our code WIZARDSFRESH and the link in the description and pinned comment to get 20 free meals and free shipping on your first box. Following the action on Hoth and the chaotic retreat in its aftermath, most
I just
of the
pictured
established rendezvous
if I did a
assignments made by the
cameo,
rebels were not being executed. As the
if I
commander
just did a cameo of like Mark Hamill today, he'd like take a long drink of something and just go, "Damn right, and I do it again."
command structure broke down when base command was destroyed during the battle. This left the last of the rebels.
This is
to
pure
fend
Star Wars
themselves
nerd, by the
to
way.
reach
If you're not
safety and re-establish contact with the
into
Alliance.
that,
The crew of the Millennium Falcon was not as lucky as most, as
go
they
fuck
were
yourself.
the most infamous of the rebels within the Empire, and a constant thorn to many Imperial plans, so they of course were hotly pursued.
Hoth.
Despite having a damaged hyperdrive, they were able to escape from this force with the use of an asteroid field, and Han Solo's clever use of Imperial procedure. Having gotten the Imperials off his tail, Solo then headed.
I actually didn't think. I didn't think that Bespin was that close to Hoth. You think that would be kind of like why is he so? Oh, and Mustafar is really nearby it too. Holy fuck! But you think that like Han would have thought about like, wait a minute, Lando, the Lando system. He'd be like, no, Bespin system. I was thinking that, and then he'd have to explain the whole thing. Like, it's just weird.
To Bespin, home to Cloud City, which was governed by an old friend of his. As this was transpiring, the soldiers of the 61st Mobile Infantry, also known as the Twilight Company, were facing problems of their own. After leaving Hoth with their iconic commander dying in the fight, Twilight Company and their ship, Thunderstrike, regrouped with the flotilla and decided to aid one of its allied ships, the Trumpet's Call, as its life support systems had failed. But this turned out to be a ruse, as the crew was already dead, and in their place were Imperial spies, who flooded onto the Thunderstrike's bridge, killing all of their officers. Luckily, one of them, Lieutenant Saigon, was able to message the flotilla about what had happened, and they, with the exception of Apellana's promise, scattered. They were able to regain control of the vessel again and jumped to hyperspace.
Hey kids, do you like the expanded universe? Oh boy, do you like the incredible stories that feast between the games and the books and the comics and the movies and the TV shows? We sure do. Well, George Lucas says the following. It's all up for grabs, motherfucker. Wait, what? Yep.
Just as the Imperial prelate, Verge, arrived aboard the Star Destroyer Herald. Having narrowly dodged this trap, they rendezvoused on Ankarel for repairs, where many rebels were considering quitting the rebellion altogether. This shows the demoralized state in which the Alliance was, as even their veteran and most loyal company was considering abandoning the cause they had fought so hard for and for so long. But they came together nonetheless, under the command of acting Captain Hazram Namir, who knew that in order for Twilight Company to remain intact, they needed a distraction. To this end, he conducted a meeting with the Imperial defector Averi Chalice, who urged him to go with the target she had urged Rebel Command to attack at the Kuat drive yards. These shipyards were within the core region and produced a massive amount of the ships used by the Empire, as well as many of their vehicles, so a successful attack on such an objective would cripple the Imperial war effort, as more ships were needed to deal with the unrest generated by the rebellion. Kuat Drives, however, was protected, making a direct assault impossible with a 400-man force and 2 ships, but it still was not impossible to take, as most of the Imperial fleets were in the mid and outer rims hunting the rebels, with the core worlds having only garrison forces. So the plan was to attack a series of targets.
The plan was simple. Do you have a named character on board? Yeah, I think his name's Han Solo. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
targets around but not near Kuat so as to avoid suspicion and get the defending force out of Kuat and afterwards attack Kuat. The rebels dubbed it Operation Ringbreaker and started waiting for their ships to finish repair to begin the operation. Meanwhile, Han Solo had managed to get to Bespin safely, meeting with his friend, the administrator of Cloud City, Lando Calrissian, who accommodated them. But it was a trap. Solo had escaped from the Imperials, but didn't realize that he was being tailed by none other than the bounty hunter Boba Fett, who informed Vader
Not
of Solo's
that
most
Boba
likely
Fett.
location and arrived there, with Vader forcing Calrissian to agree to help them trap Solo or face the wrath of the Empire. Knowing a threat from Vader was never idle, Calrissian agreed, and
But
the
often
cold Millennium
toothless.
Falcon was captured. After interrogating and torturing Solo, Vader had him frozen in carbonite to test the trap he had intended for Skywalker, and then handed Solo over to Fett as the Hutt clan still had a bounty on him. The rest of the crew, including Chewbacca and Leia, was kept on Bespin to await the arrival of Skywalker, and he didn't have to wait long. After Skywalker had arrived and began battling the Sith, Calrissian had found his opportunity to switch sides. He freed the remaining prisoners and then joined them, after issuing a general evacuation order for Cloud City. They made their way to the Falcon, having barely missed rescuing Solo, and not knowing that Skywalker had arrived. After some fierce fighting with the Imperials, they were able to board the Falcon. Its hyperdrive was now reactivated, and they quickly left, picking up the wounded Skywalker who had been defeated by Vader. During the battle, Vader severed Luke's hand and told him that he was his son. As all of this was transpiring, the 61st had gone on the offensive, attacking targets along the Rimmer trade route, such as the warehouses on Madonna 3, the Obumumbo Moon, the Najan Rovi dockyards, Nakadia, Nator, Zagobah, and the Kulukwo Belt, succeeding in all of these missions with minimal losses, and dodging all of the Imperial attempts to catch them. With these targets successfully destroyed, they would proceed to Sullust and Malastare, and after that, Chalice promised, Kuat would fall. But the Imperials wouldn't allow that to happen, and they were now commanded by a member of Emperor Palpatine's ruling council, Prelate Verge, who had been tracking Twilight Company since they recruited Chalice to their cause, knowing that she possessed substantial information. To this end, he convened with Captain Seitaran to determine their next move. They quickly realized that Twilight Company was here, and that Chalice was certainly among them, as their successful attacks were all against crucial Imperial infrastructure of the region. Seitaran had guessed a handful of their next targets, including Sullust, Malastare, and Shindrel, and prepared each for an impending attack. Soon the 97th Legion...
How many hours are left? 4.5? 8. All I need to do is just go back to sleep after I've turned off the stream, so the end of the world. No energy, that would defeat the... I know. So, me again. Oh. Back in. Let's see if Shabisky's... Hold on. Shabisky. What an underrated... Look at this. Gets one... He's got 2 likes and 4 comments. According to Skeptical Jesus, Trubisky's PP small. This, however, is a quote tweet. Someone called Yee. I've never heard of this person. Jimmy M. about the Jews? Or did it first? No, he didn't. But even then, you know, he was doing it back before he even got the idea. Today it's probably too early. That's the case. I'll just go right back to sleep. Star Wars.
Stationed on Sullust, alerted the Star Destroyer Herald that it was being attacked, and Sataran quickly dispatched Vixa's squadron to Sullust. As this message was going out, Thunderstrike and Apelana's Promise has just exited hyperspace over Sullust, and the 61st was rapidly deployed on the planet, giving no time for the Imperials to concentrate and respond effectively. The objective was the mining facility on Mountain Yusutor. Having deployed their troops, Thunderstrike and its escorts left Sullust a safe distance away and let the ground troops commence their assault. The Imperials were quickly pushed back, retreating into the facility and locking it down. They called on reinforcements from the nearby capital city of Pinyam, but these were scattered before they could regroup with the facility's garrison. Not being able to break through the facility doors, the rebels hijacked the mining equipment outside and busted their way into the mines below. With their defenses broken, the Imperials inside were either killed or fled to the forces assembling down the mountain slope, and the rebels spent the night rigging the facility in order to blow it up once they left come morning. With their mission successful, they recalled their ships to pick them up, but after beating off a few TIE fighters...
Trust me when I say this, folks. If you like the sound of this, don't worry. In 5 or 10 years' time, Disney will have this scene recreated half-heartedly with a bunch of famous actors and a director who probably will not want to be here. And I mean that because they are really fucking up the people they want to actually want to be there. Yeah, Star Wars is cool and all, but have you ever thought about Wonder Woman #3? No, no one has. Don't be stupid. Who would say that?
And entering the atmosphere, the spaceship squadron of the 61st realized this was exactly where the Imperials wanted them, as Satron's plan sprang into action. The Vixa squadron emerged from behind Sullust's moon and attacked the Thunderstrike with overwhelming fire, causing it to crash on the surface. With the rest of the ships retreating on Namir's orders, the 61st
That's how that would happen.
Sullust and at the mercy of the soon-to-be-arriving Prelate Verge. They first went to the wreck site and rescued and scavenged what they could, all the while fighting the 97th Legion, which had regrouped and continually harassed them in conjunction with the Vixus squadron. Still, the rescue was nevertheless successful, and the rebels managed to retreat to the facility. Chalice proposed that they should look to the city of Pinyab and look for help, as there was a local resistance cell. Deciding that it was the best course of action, Namir, Chalice, and Twitch's squad...
One of which understood that no matter what, at least one of the members will be a plucky young preteen who's very good at hacking and probably has a cute animal and or droid.
Left for the city aboard a captured troop transport, leaving engineer Vifra with an order to fortify the facility. Once they got to the outskirts, they ditched the transport and disguised themselves. They found the city on lockdown due to their recent attack, but continued on, managing to evade the light patrols and looking for an old safe house which was supposed to be there, according to the files of their old Captain Evon, all while keeping an eye out for the Sullustan resistance. Not long after getting to the safe house, they were beset upon by stormtroopers, and during the skirmish, Namir was captured. However, his captivity was brief, as he was soon saved by the Celestan Resistance, and they took him to their base, where they found out that the Resistance would be of no use in helping them, as it consisted of only 4 people. But these fighters were now emboldened to fight for their planet, as Twilight Company's arrival was a spark of hope for them. Namir proposed a plan to unite with the other cells and take Pinyab, deciding that it was better to die fighting for the people of Sullust than continue the campaign and harass the Empire. The cell then assisted him in his return to the facility. Back there, he was...
You know my biggest problem with all Star Wars and Star Trek? Because the scale is so huge, some people are desperate to make their characters the OC that will just be the most important character for the entire series. No, they're not. The important characters are on screen. They're the official characters that you see. I don't care what such and such from such and such planet is actually the true secret master of the Force that can combine both light and dark, and all the girls like him. No. His name is such and such. Scrubber from Section 7J. You know what you do? Every day you wake up, you eat your bowl of gruel, you scrub that section, top to bottom. Every day. That's all you do. Yeah, you can get a droid for that. We're not going to do that. We want you to feel like you're worthless. Because someone in an alternate reality... Whoa, there's a metaphor. Like someone in an alternate reality wanted you to live the life that you're living. Well, that's actually what religion... the people who believe God has like complete and utter control over all things, so that means there's no determinism. Predeterminism is kind of nightmarish. Everything that has been done or will be done is already planned out, which means there's no concept of the new, except that it itself is new. But it's all God. Bull fucking shit. He had to go into a void and wave his hand around. Even Iluvata didn't create everything. Ungoloth wasn't something he created.
Was told that Chalice and one of the scouts had made it back, and in his absence, she took over. Namir immediately started regaining command and making plans. However, Chalice ignored him and showed insubordination, for which she was immobilized by the soldiers, allowing Namir to regain control. The rest of the officers agreed to make their last stand on Yusutor. They knew that the Empire would arrive, and so they made preparations. Arriving above the planet, Verge dispatched his forces to take the facility via ground assault. But the Twilight Company expected this, and decided to use the fact that the Empire wanted the facility intact. The Imperial forces consisted of the 97th Legion, which had already established a siege line as best they could around the facility. A large but unspecified number of spaceships and storm...
Dude, like, think about it. You want to take your clothes off in front of me. I want to take your clothes off in front of me. You want to transfer all your money into my account. I want to transfer all my money into your account. I want you to kill that person for looking at me funny. You're a bad person. Yeah, the Force, you don't get to see that nearly as much in Star Wars, but the Force is nightmarish. It's why I fucking stand with Kreia. She knew what was up. The Force should be shattered, broken. Hell, the rest of the ESL with the whole Emperor arc, that wouldn't happen. Haha, I am actually quite evil and you don't get to see me. How does this tie into the rest of the Star Wars ethos? It doesn't. Yeah, no, fuck the Force. If the Force is sentient, and it creates avatars of itself, the family that were incredibly interwoven with the Force, that Anakin just casually kills. Great. I'm sure that won't cause any repercussions. By the way, how did that trial of wills go in the cave with the furry rat stoat people?
Troopers sent to the surface by the Herald.
No, because there was actually another time that I wrote, and then is sort of pseudo-canon because Disney bought the rights for it, where he actually goes and meets my character, and my character goes, "You will one day be known as Darth Vader trademark, and I will defeat you." And even though it looks like sometimes that Darth Vader dies fighting against the Emperor, after Luke leaves, my character shows up, and they have a big fight, and Duel of the Fates starts to play. DeviantArt in the early 2000s. Probably a good chunk of DeviantArt today. Like, you know your OP? Yeah. Yeah, I piss on him. I shit on him. He's mowed down. He's a faceless creature in the crowd.
Several airspeeder bombers.
Cannon, cannon, cannon,
the
cannon.
Rebels, meanwhile, had only around 370
And I'm a 40k fan.
Which they were nearly all veterans, and were prepared to make the Imperials pay for every inch of ground as they crawled up the mountain. The assault began with a general bombardment of the area up around the facility, and then the Imperials advanced up the slope. Soon they came into contact with the first rebel line, situated behind rocks and various sorts of cover, who sprang out with each shot, finding a mark, stunning the advance. The bombing had done little to no damage to any of the rebels. Despite the heavy losses, the Imperials continued advancing, slowly getting closer, but as they did that, the rebels began to fall back. Once the Imperial advance reached the first line,
Oh, we good here?
the rebels, Namir's
Mines.
detonated the leftover iron mines, stormtroopers, and downing an AT-ST. This caused massive casualties and allowed the rebels to fully retreat to the second line. This line was much more heavily fortified, with blaster cannons and mortars dotted all along the newly dug trench line. The stormtroopers were ordered to attack, and they started crossing the gorge under a hail of fire, losing many. When they were 50 meters from the trench, they let their AT-STs overtake the advanced line and storm the trenches.
I want to see this. This is an actual combat situation. There's only a handful of them in the fucking Star Wars scene. And I don't mean just like, here's an endless army of droids, here's an endless army of stormtroopers. No, I want to see some fucking combat.
The walkers were able to breach the line, losing only one in the advance, and began wreaking
Petty
havoc
force users getting out of traffic.
among the rebels, pinning them down. Namir knew that he'd have to destroy the walkers or lose his entire unit, so he ordered the squads to fall back to the perimeter of the facility and commenced a general bombardment of the second line. This worked, destroying nearly all of the Imperial walkers, but also cost the lives of several rebels who could not escape. Namir now gathered his men on the perimeter line and moved the wounded inside the facility as the Imperials regrouped. It was becoming clear that taking the facility fully intact would be impossible, so Herald entered the atmosphere and began blasting the outer defense line of the rebels.
Oh yeah, we have a literal death machine that can just obliterate any target at any time. Cool.
Killing many. However, suddenly the Herald stopped. The Apailaner's promise had returned, along with its 2 X-Wing escorts, and began harassing the ship. It by no means could take out a Star Destroyer, but the Brahatok gunship could not be ignored. So the Herald turned its attention to the rebel vessel, giving the rebels on the ground some reprieve. This boosted the morale of the defenders, and left the Imperials on the ground to fend for themselves. The Imperials resumed their advance up the slope, but were suddenly counterattacked by the 61st, and the rebels temporarily halted the stormtroopers, forcing them to fall back. Soon the Emperor's henchmen received the order to push again, and restarted their advance. This counterattack, however, was a delaying tactic by Namir, and as soon as the enemy attacked, he ordered his soldiers to fall back. As soon as the rebels were back to the perimeter, he ordered Vifra to initiate her plan, and the lava channels that her team had spent days rechanneling burst onto the mountainside, sending the Imperials into disarray and dividing them in two. Those it failed to kill fled down the mountain, while others were forced to run towards the facility, where brutal close-quarters fighting broke out. The Imperial
If only they were
was still
clones.
substantial, and so all of the Twilight Company ran into the fray, knowing this to be the pivotal moment. Casualties were mounting rapidly for both sides, as the rebels tried pushing the enemy down the slope, while the Imperials, with nowhere to go, advanced with determination. Gradually, the rebels were forced back into the facility, and had to fight in the halls of the compound itself. Now, we have to go back for a moment. While the battle for the second line had been going on, Chalice had escaped custody and took a speeder to Pinyumb. Here, she stole a shuttle loaded with ion bombs and tricked the Herald into locking onto the ship and allowing her to dock. Thus, she brought the bombs on
Wop, wop, wop.
She was met by Prelate Verge and Setaran, and, ignoring pleasantries, used the detonator in her hand to set off the bomb, crippling the ship's systems and causing it to descend. Verge ordered the crew to continue the battle and began fighting Chalice to bring her to heel, but was stopped when he was shot in the back by Setaran, who knew that it was time to get rid of Verge's obsession and save the ship. This allowed Chalice to escape. Without its weapons working, the Herald was not going to win even against a small gunship, so Setaran gave his command to leave the...
Just thought about something. What about an artistic force user? They're masters, but they use the excuse... Yep, they've done that. In the visions, or the force visions, they had a scene very similar to that, where he's like he's a singer, and he uses his force ability to do exactly that. It's like sing better. I would like the force that we see is like force control, force push, force like lightning, can kind of mess with people's minds. We can get crazier than that, way crazier. Ever play KOTOR? Like that shit gets wild, and that's only like some of it. How about forgetting all the tech and everything? You just go take everyone out to a big open plain, and then your band starts playing, and you become like an orchestra, you become like a studio, you become this huge image. It's all an illusion, but it's all something you're projecting out of basically your head. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, the Force can crush planets into cubes. It can do anything it wants. Whatever the writer wants it to be. So yeah, if you want to have a case of a Force user who wants to like, I don't know, maybe they survived Execute Order 66. No, they're not Jedi at all. They're not Sith at all. They just were never picked up. They're out in some shitty bar somewhere, and the only time the Force ever even remotely picks up is when, I know, she's a lounge singer, and she's in her 20s, and she comes out in a sexy outfit, and she starts singing, and no matter what's happening, everyone stops. It's like this magic spell. And it just so happens that there is a Force user in the crowd who he's a Jedi on his own business, and he stops and he looks over with his hood down, looks over and goes, I see. Like, fell through the cracks, didn't you, little one? Listen, buddy, if you want an autograph, you gotta go through my manager. You know, I want something far more than that. When did you first realize you had it? What, singing? First time I heard myself in the shower. That's not what I meant. And then, I don't know, he hurls a stone at her and she catches it in midair, like... And she flings it back at him and he does the same. Like, oh God, you're one of them, aren't you? One of what? Say the word, it won't bite. Jedi? Yes, before you interrupted me. I'm being so smug about it. The Force would be convenient as hell. Oh, yeah. But the Force always pushes back. The reason, in canon right now, the reason Anakin was born at all was because, of Dark Ibris and Dark Plagueis. As in, Plagueis the Wise. I suddenly realised you can't really see me that much. Fuck it. I'm enjoying my time slightly off camera. I've got another 48 hours of you motherfuckers staring at me. The least thing you can do is enjoy my voice right in my head. That's 12. That's 12 Corona extra. They're extra. Alright. Have the alarm set.
System immediately. To the Imperial forces on the ground, this escape looks like a betrayal, and they started losing heart in their battle. Soon the rebels turned the tide and finished off the doomed Imperials, winning the battle. The Twilight
Hooray!
Squadron had suffered heavily from their stand at Inyusu Tor, with roughly 120 being killed and 100 more being wounded. But the Imperials had it far worse, with all of the ground troops stranded on Sullust, killed or captured. The Resistance was able to group up with other forces and take Pinium during the battle, causing a series of revolts to break out all over the planet, eventually culminating in the planet's liberation within a few weeks. Twilight Company acted as a temporary police force for Sullust until the Rebel Alliance re-established contact with them, taking over the protection of the planet and allowing the 61st to depart. While the overall goal of Operation Ringbreaker failed, the Siege of Inyusu Tor would be a rallying cry to the people of the galaxy, showing that the rebels were not spent, and morale among the previously demoralized troops was high again. The Rebel Alliance prepared Sullust for further operations, as the next one would come very soon. Indeed, our next video in this series will be on the Battle of Endor, but we're planning to cover battles throughout the sci-fi sagas, so make sure you have subscribed and pressed the bell button. Please consider liking and sharing, and we'll try to read and respond to every comment, as we want to see what you think about this video and which videos you hope to see in the future. This is the Wizards and Warriors channel, and we'll catch you on the next one.
I can't wait for them to justify how a bunch of Ewoks destroy this stormtrooper. So they had wooden logs and giant rocks. Okay, but you know, Clone Wars. Decades of combat. 501st are like, oh no, there's very few clones left. Statistically, you only need 1 or 2, and you can take over a planet. Yes, but plot contrivance. Fuck you, Ewoks. Fuck you, Ewoks. No one likes. Actually, I'm taking. I am gonna do what you motherfuckers are gonna hate. I'm taking my jeans off, which you will like. I am taking the main light off. But we won't see you. Oh, pish posh. Holy shit. They're still working on a tractor out in the tractor shed. Anyway. I need sleep, and I'm gonna get it. I've had a pleasant day, and I needed alcohol. Tomorrow, I will have even more alcohol. This will make Thursday fly by so good. I love the part where I can steal people's content at a moment's notice. And all I have to do is sleep to justify that it is my content after all. Capitalism, you failed, and failed some more. Here, I will move the screen a little. It was like a ghost just knocked over the fucking mouse. Not worth it. Nothing's worth it. Dude, relax. You just dropped your mouse on the floor. It's not worth it. Seriously, it's not. No, you guys can't see shit. It's the most Vegas of Vegas outlines. Ooh, it's like one of Girly's horror games that are like really bad. They try to hide the fact that it's a Unity asset by just having it like 2 pixels in front of you. Find key, leave room, escape ghost. I am ghost. I will eat you. Nom 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 nom. Game. It's not even game over. It's just game. And they'll charge like $35 for it. Between Girly and Steph Sterling, I learned so much about just the shittiest shit that ever shit on Steam Greenlight. So many bottles of, Jesus Christ, so many glass bottles. I can't just casually move them. I have to be careful. I hate to say it, but I may even need to leave the apartment tomorrow if I want more food. To make sure that I have everything I need. Hey, look, you can actually see me. Hooray! To randomly placed notes, yeah. Or really bad English. You know what? I love her to bits, but her bias shows. She gets too protective of any bad English. I think it's because English is not her natural language. But sometimes I've heard like the worst English. And I don't mean like the ha ha ha, it's funny because it's different. I mean, it's just really shit and lazy English. And I'm like, wow, that's really shit English. They could have hired anyone. It's like, yes, you must go here now and do the sit over there. And then, yeah, well, I'll be crazy. Oh, man, yeah. They're trying to like say the words on script. They've probably never said a word of English in their life. Like, motherfuckers, contact me, give me a few rubles or zloty or whatever the fuck you're using, and yeah, fine, I'll say the line. You need to go over here, man, and activate the key card. If not, well, I think we're all fucked. Hey, no pressure, huh? Boom, done. So many Eastern European Euro blocks. Probably a bit less now, seeing that the Ukrainian war broke out. Most of them have been drafted into the Russian army and are now currently dead. What a waste. Oh no. Speaking of gaming, tomorrow I am going to be over on Twitch for a good chunk of the early morning. I don't know when I'll be back here. I will have a stream set up, but I won't know when I'm setting it up. I think I'll have it set up, but I don't know when I'll actually activate it. So I won't link it until, well, basically it's live. There's nothing new there. Just have to make sure that it's all ready to go. Now, tonight, if anyone, I doubt it, if anyone's going to do it, and no one has to either, but if you're so inclined, I'll be woken up by the noise. Don't need to talk, so to speak. Knowing me, I will wake up constantly. I have to make sure this stream is under 12 hours. It's that simple. Other than that, it's been a fun night tonight. Shabby shot. Ooh, we can actually wrap that off on the list. Wasted Wednesday. That's done. She did it to American, the proper language. She did, and then she learned the superior version. Canadian. And then she decided she can do even better and goes to the root source of it, the UK. Now, I basically pleaded with her that if she goes to the UK, well, I don't think she's prepared as to how shite this world is over on this side of the pond. She may recall a different Europe than is actually Europe, but you know what? Her decision and her birds to make. Actually, no fairness, I really did tell her, like, why the fuck Britain? Like, oh, you do realize Brexit, UKIP, like, they're constantly running out of money. Strikes upon strikes upon strikes. The prices for homes. Like, I often go on about, like, how expensive it is here. It's worse in the UK. And yes, they get the better value for money in terms of, like, food. But Canadians get it better than the UK. So, whatever. Before you're saying, like, oh, well, it's her decision. Well, of course it's her fucking decision. I'm not saying otherwise. Hell, if anything, I'm glad that she's a little bit closer. Who knows? One day we might even do a stream together, IRL. That'd be pretty cool. Not a requirement, but what I am just thinking of is for her sake, it's like she's going back to the Titanic as it's sinking, you know? I'm heading off in the other direction, going like, girly, no, we're all going this way. You need to follow us. And like, fuck you, my bird's back there. And I'm like, I guess it is. And then, I don't know, an hour later, she shows up with her bird and she shows us all up. Okay, cool, sweet. Speaking of the UK, I still don't exactly know where the hell I'm going. I really wish I had like some sort of guarantee on where to go, because then I can think about a flight. Some of those flights are 20 quid. That's all. If I book them early. Like, there's a few people who I'm waiting on answers for. Some of which, frankly, are sexual and romantic, and others are like family. I've got no sickos, no relation. I've got an Uncle Paul, my Uncle Paul, over in Cornwall, for example. I'm on board with seeing him again. I loved Falmouth. Falmouth was brilliant. I think I started my YouTube channel a year after I went to Cornwall. Christ. How quickly those two were interwoven. No, it was France. It was a France 2 years before YouTube started, and Cornwall a year later. God damn it. All that money, all that time, but not wasted. I do wish, I don't know if I'm alone here, I do wish sometimes I could like take the money I've used in the past and like steal it from my past self to give it to me, but that would create a time paradox. Yes, that was a That was a Time Splitters reference. Fuck you. They have an entire scene dedicated to GoldenEye in it. Will not stand for such blasphemy. Fuck you. They got scones. So does Canada. I've had scones in Canada. And better healthcare? Then, yeah, a little bit. But you have to wait forever to get it. Hell, the nurses are striking in January. She'll probably be there in January. I hope the first thing she does after she gets her citizenship is not go to the nearest hospital, because she won't get that whatever appointment until 2024. Where in Canada she would have gotten it, and it's true, there was a percentage chance that someone would suggest that she kills herself. The euthanasia is such a weird angle in Canada now. It is literally like suicide boots, but as far as I'm aware, they don't do it that often. If there's any Canadians here right now, how often is the euthanasia tossed out as an example? Because it's always tossed out as a maybe, and then everyone's like, nope, and everyone kind of backs it off. I can't imagine it's like oh, I've got a toothache. Have you considered killing yourself? Seems kind of weird. Wait, Rose, you know that, right? You know about the whole euthanasia thing that was passed in Canada? And it's offered for surprisingly obscure shit. That passed a month and a half ago, I think it was. And everyone was losing their shit. That was an accident. Oh, okay. Order of importance. Throw a dart in the map. I've looked online for the cheapest place in the world to live that speaks English. And it's the one place most people don't want to live. South Africa. Yeah. It's the cheapest place in the world to live if you're English. Not English, but English speaking. You don't have to learn a language. But, you know. Hey, I'm gonna go out and get some milk and eggs. Okay, cool. Open up the door, closes. Second behind you is a gang of 20 people. Hey, big guy, I'm gonna go and steal you now, okay? Oh, okay, you're gonna rob me? No, I'm gonna steal you. You know? You spend the next 40 years in a fucking cobalt mine for Elon. Yeah, a hard pass. South Africa is a beautiful countryside. I've met people who've gone out there and have come from there, and they're like, yeah, you go up to Table Mountain and you realize that the map, you actually see the map on in real life. The thing is, I've already seen that. The smaller islands in the Mediterranean, you can see that really detailed. You go to the west coast of Cyprus and it looks like the map. The more you look at it, the more it makes sense. Oh my god, this looks really cool. But apparently when you're in Table Mountain, you can see the end of an entire continent, which definitely changes the dynamics a little bit. You're like, oh, fuck, okay. This is beyond cool. This is really a big deal. I've also met people who've gone up to Kilimanjaro, and Kilimanjaro, as they point out in Civilization, has no Wi-Fi. So you have to talk to people for 3 days. Oh no. It tells a lot though. It does show that people inherently are lonely and they want to talk to people. An airplane flight used to tell you that in a nutshell. Before the 80s, where they could hide in their work in a laptop or something like that, people were forced to talk to someone on their flights. Ohio. Alright, so when you enter Ohio, you get the rest of you, get a fucking little box to fill out. Me, I fill out a different type of box. Oh! Ohio pussy. Ass, mouth, and boobs. It hits differently, and they will cook you some fucking amazing mac and cheese later. Mostly because they'll ply you with booze. And then we'll watch Netflix and actually chill. Because you're too full of booze and mac, and you've already done sex stuff to touch each other. You know, you're just like, wow, I've already watched The Witcher, but watching it with you, it's the same show. And she just responds by going, brrr. And that's when you know you didn't have to pay a single night in a hotel. Score. That was oddly specific, Low Energy. That one might have been a little bit more realistic than the other Bruno. That one might have been a little bit more my own memories. Alright. While I wish I had a beautiful woman to bounce up and down on me right now, I alas do not have her. I instead have my own eyes to stay closed, even though they've been closed for a while now. And it's really it. If you want to wake me up, absolutely. If you do so, I will hear it in the form of the following. A donation. What sort of donation do you say? Wow, Mel Monkey's still awake. I'm hearing him messing around in the kitchen right there. Anyway.
The body is round.
No. That won't wake me up. Give me a second. That's a nice chill one. We can do better. No. Already did it.
The body is round.
And it didn't save. I somehow knew it wouldn't save.
This is a test donation for $6.
Media. Sound file. Done. Done. And donation? Alright. Easy way of getting rid of it. If anyone donates throughout the night, you'll hit that screamer rather than a little donut. If no one wants to feel so guilty, the stream has to end in 7 hours. Well, a little less. So that's how long I have to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep. No audiobooks or anything tonight. Tomorrow, yes. And Friday, yes. But you know what? We're over the hump. And there's more alcohol to come. Gaming tomorrow after I have my shower and brush my teeth and get myself a decent breakfast. For once that is not cereal, though in all fairness, nothing wrong with the cereal I've been eating. Toast was shit. Why did I could have picked up any other loaf of bread. I picked up the exact same loaf of bread as last time. Bullshit on my part. I could have picked myself up a batch loaf that was made today. If I have to go up for whatever reason, back up to the shop, I'm getting myself a decent loaf. Actually, I also need to pick up some mouthwash. So maybe I should. Anyway, standard fare. I'm going to go to sleep. You can wake me up or you don't need to. I will be watching gaming tomorrow, and I guess we're heading towards the home stretch. I can say this time tomorrow that we're heading in the home stretch. I'm still gonna stream on New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, but it won't be the full day. I'll wake up, I'll do some stuff with you guys, and then that's it. Then you can fuck off, and I can sigh and cry and stare in the middle of it. But I want to say right now, if the stream, for whatever reason, say I don't wake up tonight, creepy, I know, but say I get abducted by aliens, the Irish government drags me off to a secret black site somewhere. It was a good stream. I enjoyed it. And we still have 42, actually 72 hours, as much as I want it to be anyway. So as always, I remind you, if you've enjoyed the stream, like, share, subscribe, and if you have a financial leg in the game, so to speak, I've got a link down in the doobly-doo that will help me reach my goal. Yes, tomorrow I will shave my skull. I do apologize. It just kind of fell apart. Also, we have until Saturday to come up with some things to watch. So if you're not part of our... Oh, the watch party. I'll tell you guys tomorrow what time the watch party will happen. It was today, but it was to happen before I decided to do the week. I don't get to change that little score dynamic. Tomorrow we'll almost, well, I hope we will do the watch party. If not, I don't know, I'm sure we'll do it some other night. But I want to point out that if you want to be a part of that, all you have to do is become a subscriber over on Twitch. I'll bring you into the Discord. So you need to also join the Discord. Anything else? Want a quick look at the chat. Maybe you see your own devices. I have my cat on my lap. What country has been the best healthcare? Probably an incredibly wealthy tax haven, because all their citizens are like millionaires. Monte Carlo, Monaco, Kuwait, Bahrain. I know Cuba has a lot of on the field people that are probably the best in the world. I know Cuba's like medicals, like triage system is probably the best in the world. Norway would also be a very good place. If you want extreme, like, changing the face of science, Zurich. So the Swiss, probably the Swiss, would have the best healthcare system in the world. If on desktop for watch time. Thank you. No one has to do anything financial. Never, ever, 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 ever want anyone to think they have to do that. It's a nice boon, and sometimes you guys are so generous that it's more than a boon. But no one has to do jack shit. I've got the money for New Year's. I've also got enough for about 100 in dollars. Oh, I should tell you guys now before I get too tired. There won't be a Wasted Wednesday next week because I won't be streaming next week. Next week, after the last episode on the week, the next time I will stream will be sometimes in January. So, kind of why I'm doing this. I'm basically gonna have a week and a half free of you motherfuckers. Looking forward to it. I'm serious because I want to do something I haven't done in weeks now. So I'm gonna look at media that is not YouTube. It's scary, but I have been stealing nothing but YouTube stuff. And I'm gonna miss out on some drama, and I'm gonna miss out on some lore. I can catch up on it. I don't care. I don't care. Like, if you want to talk to me, my DMs are open. And you want to... Obviously, I'll be keeping in touch with people every day. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing non-DeviantArt. Another time, another place. YouTube. They've been weird. I got my coffee and I got my butter, by the way. Very happy with that. Tomorrow I'm going to make breakfast. I actually also like a key. Extremely. It's time. Also, tells me points. Just like that. Just like that. Everyone who watched, thank you so much. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye.